Mumbai and Rtaayana. I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you here. Continuing our celebrations of Professor Dr. Sadashiv Ambadas Dange birth centenary year, we are here today to discuss the contributions of Dr. Sadashiv A. Dange to Indology. Exactly on his 100th birthday today, all of us, its students, grand students, and great-grand students, have gathered to celebrate this august occasion with an academically fulfilling event. We have an amazing range of scholars and researchers today paying their respect to Professor Dr. S.A. Dange through their talks. At the outset, let us seek blessings of the goddess of knowledge before commencing this Jnana Yajna. I request our research assistant, Dr. Medha Deshpande, to offer Saraswati Vandana. Dr. Medha Deshpande.
Thank you, Mrunal. Jaya Jaya He Bhagavati Surabharati Tava Charanau Pranamamaha. Jaya Jaya He Bhagavati Surabharati Tava Charanau Pranamamaha. Nada Brahmamayi Jaya Vagishwari Nada Brahmamayi Jaya Vagishwari Sharanante Gacchamaha. Jaya Jaya He Bhagavati Surabharati Tava Charanau Pranamamaha. Lalita Kalamai Jnana Vibhamai Veena Pustakadharini. Lalita Kalamai Jnana Vibhamai Veena Pustakadharini. Matirastannava Tava Padakamale. Matirastannava Tava Padakamale Aikuntha Vishaharini. Aikuntha Vishaharini. Jaya Jaya He Bhagavati Surabharati Tava Charanau Pranamamaha. 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 Thank you.
Thank you for the auspicious and melodious start to the webinar, Dr. Medha. I now request Dr. Shakuntala Gawde, Head Department of Sanskrit, to formally welcome the participants and speakers. Dr. Shakuntala Gawde.
Please unmute Shakuntala.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Namo Namaha. Shuklam Brahma Vichara Sara Paramam Adyam Jagat Vyapinim Veena Pustaka Dharinim Abhayadam Jadhyam Dakarapaham Haste Sphatika Malikam Vidadatim Padmasane Samsthitam Vande Tam Parameshwarim Bhagavatim Buddhi Pradam Sharadam. Namo Namaha. Swagatam. प्राध्यापक सदाशिव अंबादास डांगे महोदयानां जन्मशताब्दी महोत्सवस्य समापन कार्यक्रमे आयोजितस्य विद्वत् संगोष्ठ्यां सर्वेभ्यः हार्दं स्वागतम्. It's my great privilege to welcome you all for this seminar on contribution of Professor S.A. Dange to Indology, organized today on the occasion of centenary of Professor S.A. Dange sir. Professor S.A. Dange, born on 23rd August 1922, was Indologist, though he began his career with Sanskrit. His writing encompasses all the themes of Indology, which includes Vedas, Mahabharata, Purana, Sanskrit dramas, Dharma Shastra, comparative mythology, etc. His research gave new turn to Indological studies. Professor S.A. Dange had been R.G. Bhandarkar Professor and Head Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. Several honors and awards were conferred on him. To mention a few: silver medal from Asiatic Society, special honor by Uttar Pradesh Sanskrit Academy, felicitation by the state government of Maharashtra, and a certificate of honor from the President of India. As a former R.G. Bhandarkar professor and head Department of Sanskrit, Professor S.A. Dange sir has taken the department on different heights by his unique and novel approach of study and research. Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai and Rtaayana have been organizing scholarly lecture series from past 1 year to mark his birth centenary. S.A. Dange birth centenary celebration was inaugurated in September 2021 with a lecture series by a renowned scholar, Radha Vallabh Tripathi, on revisiting Indian poetics. This was followed by lecture series on various themes of Indology, including Panchakamna Smarin Nityam, Yoga Vasishtha, Panini, Manuscriptology, Anuvad Tantra and Mantra, Myths and History, etc., to commemorate the birth centenary year of Professor Dr. S.A. Dange. Renowned scholars Professor Gauri Mahulikar, Professor Uma Vaidya, Dr. Siddhartha Vakankar, Dr. Anjali Parvade, Dr. Varsha Shirgaonkar, Dr. Aruna Dhere have engaged scholarly lectures in this commemorative occasion to express their gratitude towards Professor Dange. Today is the concluding part of this commemorative celebration with the seminar on Professor Dange. Though his writings are very vast, here is an attempt to understand his contribution to Indology with some specimen of his writings. Let us all get the inspiration to follow the path led by him with his scholarly endeavors. Mahajano yena gatah sapantha. My humble salutations to Professor Sindhu Dange Madam, who is present among us. I heartily welcome you, Madam. I welcome Professor Varsha Shirgaonkar, who is a scholar and professor of history and who will also deliver the inaugural speech. Also, Vinata Lokeshwar, Basmati, Pestan Jamas, the daughters of Professor S.A. Dange and Professor Sindhu Dange. I welcome Professor Girish Jani, who will preside this seminar. I welcome all the speakers, Dr. Gauri Mahulikar, Vidya Kamath, Professor Nirmala Kulkarni, and Dr. Vaishali Dapke. I welcome all professors, academicians, scholars, and students present for this program. Namo Namaha Swagatam. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shakuntala. Now to deliver the very formal inaugural address, we have the perfect person amongst us, Dr. Varsha Shirgaonkar, a thorough scholar and researcher. She has had the privilege of observing and learning from Dr. S.A. Dange all her life. Let me take a quick minute to formally introduce her. Dr. Varsha Shirgaonkar is the retired professor and head, Department of History, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. Also the head of Department of History in the Ramnarayan Rhea College, Mumbai. Her specialized areas of study include later medieval and modern Indian history, especially from the socio-cultural perspectives and the heritage of Mumbai. She has held and is holding respectable, significant positions like the nominee of the President of India on Central University of Karnataka and Central University of Tamil Nadu. She is appointed as on the Indian Historical Records Committee, New Delhi, by the Government of India. She is also one of the two national advisory members of UGC New Delhi for Special Assistance Program Department Research Support schemes of two universities in India, Kakatiya University in Telangana and MS University, Baroda. She is also an empaneled expert on several other schemes of UGC. She is also on the managing committee of the Asiatic Society of Mumbai and was working as the city historian consultant on the Heritage Review Committee appointed by the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. She has also been the advisory member on the Center for Museology and Conservation at the University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. She was the convener of Skills Sectors Culture, New Delhi, and contributed to the designing of 49 courses for 7 different specializations for culture. She has 8 published books and 63 research articles to her credit and has completed 4 research projects, of which several were granted by Royal Numismatic Society, the British Museum, London, another by Mumbai Metropolitan Region, Heritage Conservation Society of Mumbai. She has done more than 150 presentations at state, national, and international levels, including those as keynote speaker or sectional president and resource person for refresher courses, and is also working on many statutory bodies of the universities and other autonomous colleges in India. We have such a stalwart among us. I now request her to deliver her inaugural address. Dr. Varsha Shirgaonkar.
Thanks, Mrunalini, for such an introduction. Only the introduction as Professor Dr. Dange's daughter would also have been sufficient, but thanks anyway. I am extremely grateful to the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, and Rtaayana for holding the year-long program. And as Shakuntala already has mentioned, various seminars took place, various speeches took place. I was also a part of that. And I am extremely happy that you all have organized the year-long celebrations in the honor of my dear father. I may just recall here that coincidentally, on 23rd August 2021, I was invited by the Asiatic Society of Mumbai, the literary club of that, to deliver a speech on the recently a heritage tagged structure of Telangana, and that was Ramappa Temple. So it was a coincidence that on 23rd August 2021, also I spoke on culture and heritage. And today also I am speaking in honor of my dear father. Actually, I'm very happy that my dear mother, Dr. Sindhu Dange, is present here. My 2 sisters are also here. In the sense, Vinata Lokeshwar is presently in Mumbai, very near to our house. I mean, just my mother's place. And Vasumati is mentally here. As I said, I have a great responsibility to carry this whole heritage further, academic heritage further. Indology. First, we will just take an overview. Indology, as the definition goes, it says academic study of India, its people, culture, languages, and literature. In a wider sense, which was accepted by the School of Asian, Oriental and African Studies, that is SOAS of UK, they also took into consideration the wider sense of it, and then it started enveloping South Asia in the Western academic programs. So today, Indology could be even expanded to understand the cultures of the Asian countries, which actually had very much to do with ancient Indian culture and heritage at that time. Historically, because I'm basically a student of history, I would say that the word Indology, even though it was not coined so, but it became the major discourse and the debate between the Occidentalists and the Orientalists of 1830s in India. There were scholars like H.H. Wilson, to begin with actually Sir William Jones, and many others who joined him later. They wanted to have a deep study of ancient Indian past to find out different languages, scripts, the treasures buried within earth, and the intangible culture as well. Later, the scholars like Max Muller Herman Godes also joined this particular camp. But then there were Occidentalists who were following the British colonial policy of having English education and the Western thinking in India. And we all know that Lord Macaulay, he became successful in this. And then we all started getting English education. And we also became, to a certain extent, worshippers of the West. However, all the same, the respect for Indian culture and heritage did not really get eclipsed. On the other hand, it started growing. In the present years, I would say that Indology has a very good opportunity to become an integral part of our education policy. We all know that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already announced the new education policy. And in new education policy, if we really study that, we will find section 22 of NEP. It has the clause, it has the many important sub-clauses: promoting Indian languages, arts and culture. Conceptual explanation of that also is given. Explanation of the concept of incredible India. And how are we going to really establish incredible India? If we ask our students right from the childhood to really look into our culture, the teachers even teach them our cultural practices, both our tangible as well as intangible cultural practices. Respect for our national monuments, museums, antiques, our languages, most of which have become endangered languages. Then arts, major medium of imparting culture. So in a way, we can say that our government wants to really promote, and which is a good thing for our national pride, the concepts which were given in Vishnu Dharmottar Puran. We all know that Vishnu Dharmottar Puran has in a way highlighted the skills. Now, having said this, I would say that Indology also is to be understood in the way of our traditional medicines and therapies of India. We all must be knowing that on April 19, 2022, the WHO Global Center, that is World Health Organization's Global Center for Traditional Medicine, has been established at Jamnagar in Gujarat, and that is the first of its kind. And we hear today that Ayush visa also has been, it is in the making. Ayush is Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy. There are many patients abroad who are interested in getting cured the Indian way. And we will be very soon having this kind of easiness in getting them visa to come to India for treatment. So today I take the meaning of Indology in this expanded manner. Now, when I look at the works of Dr. Sadashiv A. Dange, I feel he was highly a futuristic scholar. What we say about the Vedic scholars, he was a real seer, S-E-E-R, because he could see things. He probably had this kind of vision that sometime Indology would become a kind of global discourse. My mother, Professor Dr. Sindhu Dange, herself an erudite scholar, she edited and published a book in 2002 titled Gleanings from Vedic to Puranic Age. collected papers of Dr. Sadashiv A. Dange. This has a detailed bibliography of Dr. Sadashiv Dange's writings. There are total 27 books, including revised editions and book volumes. She herself edited some of his books, which he had written towards the end. A perfect bond between the husband and wife, I would say, which we all should really emulate. Dr. Dange's PhD thesis, Legends in the Mahabharata, was published in 1969, and the second revised edition came in 1997, titled Myths from the Mahabharata, Quest for Immortality. So in a way, we can say that his quest for mythology to solve riddles which are hidden in many myths, this kind of idea he must have got right from his PhD days. The very foundation text of Indian literature, like the Rigveda, attracted him for research subsequently, and especially because he could glance through pastoral symbolism in this particular text, which became his major work, for which he was awarded D.Litt. And then later, the works like sexual symbolism from the Vedas and all, they came into reality, and he could give a thorough meaning to all these ruchas expressed, written in the Vedas. As a researcher in the subject of history, I feel that the students of history as well should read, and they have read, I mean, my students have read, many of them, Hindu Dharma and Tattvajnan and Ashwathachi Pane. These two Marathi books offer a very great insight into the chronological events which took place from Indus Valley civilization to Vedic age, and then subsequently the entire dharma, how it expanded. As we understand, dharayati iti dharmaha. So the concept of dharma in India is not just mere religion, but it is the way of life, your behavior, your social responsibilities, so many things. In Hindu Dharma and Tattvajnan, in one chapter, he has also interpreted the engravings on the seals of the Indus Valley civilization. And then he has shown either a correlation or difference in the Vedic gods that are mentioned, Vedic deities that are mentioned, and those that are embossed on the Indus seals. For me, even today, the debate between Indus Valley civilization and the Vedic age goes on. There are scholars who have tried to interpret Indus script, but yet there are many riddles which need to be solved. And Dr. Dange's these two books will become definitely a guideline for those who want to still study further. Another book which Dr. Dange has spent in the language which is easily understood by the researchers is Cultural Sources from the Veda. Though I have read it many times for my own research, for my own understanding, recently one particular mention caught my attention, and that is the use of barley or yavas in the Vedic yajna preparations. Why this particular reference mention caught my attention was because about last year or 2 years back, when I was rereading Lokmanya Tilak's Kesriti Lake for my own book on social reform, which is in the offing now of 19th century, one particular article of his caught my attention. It's very interesting. There he says, it is in Marathi, that now gradually there are many people in India and in world who are having Rakta Sharkara dosh, that is diabetic condition. And what is the solution for, lessening or controlling the Rakta Sharkara? He says, take barley, grind it, and make chapatis of it or any other preparations. It will make you control. Now, I'm just curious to know as to whether there would be future scholars who, taking the hints from Dr. Dange's detailed study of these ruchas, and especially what kind of ahutis were given to the deities through fire, if we can find out what is the nutrition. There is one nutritionist whom I have met, and she was saying that she is trying to understand our indigenous grains, their properties, their effect on our health. So I'm just saying that apart from our usual study and research with regards to literature, language, maybe the Vedic ruchas can throw us light upon some things like this, maybe nutritive values of these grains that were used. About ghee, definitely we know. The cow ghee, better still. All right, I'm just opening one area of research, possibly, if I can. Dr. Dange's invaluable contribution to Hindu mythology, I would say, has made him the star of the world. His lectures given at the Hoshiarpur University, later published as Vedic Myths in Social Perspective, then towards understanding Hindu myths, are as if the crowns in his academic path. Purakathansa Artha, another Marathi book of his, which many Marathi knowing students are reading. This we know that Dr. Dange wrote this book out of the repeated requests from his dear friend Dr. Ashok Kelkar. Dr. Dange not only brought the analytical interpretations of some myths, but explained the theoretical structure of myths. Now, when I was reading the introduction of it, the preface also, I was extremely enamored by his explanation of the translation, which he has consciously used for the English term structure. He says the English term structure should not be translated as a rachana, but bandhani, because, and the explanation is extremely appealing, because he says rachana has some kind of artificial meaning. Somebody makes it artificially. But bandhani, he sahaj apo-aap hot aste. Unfortunately, in historiography, that is in history writing, when we are translating structuralism, many writers, historians have translated that in Marathi as Rachanavad. Now I understand that actually it is Bandhanivad. It should be Bandhanivad because it's a normal process. And taking that into consideration as to how a Purakatha gets made, gets prepared, Purakatha obviously gets done, gets made automatically as and when the human mind evolved. The human minds started giving many ideas to the already formed idea. Isn't it a very easy going and automatic procedure? You don't have any artificiality there. And that is why this has been very appealing to me. And I would say that Dr. Dange has contributed immensely through his Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices, which I have been using many times in my research, especially when I'm trying to interpret and research out the living traditions and the intangible culture, which is adrushya sanskruti around us, which we can't touch, but we can feel. I'm trying to just give here my personal experience. You see, there was a mention that I was also appointed as nominee of President of India, the Central University of Tamil Nadu. This is in Tiruvarur, which is very much in the interior. And as you go to the interior of any place, especially Tamil Nadu, that was my experience, of course, you will find unexplored culture there. You have so many things to research out, actually. And you see, where he was working as a social worker before his marriage, that entire path, I mean, I was going through that road because for going there, I had to change the flight at Chennai, take Trichanapalli flight. From Trichanapalli, then the university car came to me. It used to come to me to pick up. And then the further journey, one way to Kumbakonam, and then Tanjavur and Tiruvarur. Now, when I was going through that path, little did I know that I was going to meet a deity whom we may call semi-deity, but then he is also the taskmaster, because for making us place in the next world, he is the ultimate, and that is Yama. So I met Yama during my Tiruvarur days. How? Because once I was taken to one temple by one professor of English there who came as the expert of English literature, one of the oldest temples in Cholas. And mind you, this whole thing, Tanjavur and Tiruvarur, they are the old Chola places where Chola kings established their kingdoms. So she said, I want to go to one temple. I said, please take me also. So before our session started, we went there early in the morning at 6 o'clock. And that was a Shiva temple, of course. When you enter the Shiva temple, I could see that there was first the shrine of Yama Dharmaraj and Chitragupta Maharaj. That was something which I had not really imagined also. And then she started telling me as to how there are these beliefs that after 60, if you come to Tiruvarur, and that was then corroborated by Madras State Gazetteer also, because then later on I started, researching out on that. And then she said, Yama has to be worshipped first because he is also the worshipper of Lord Shiva. When I came home, I said, no, I must find out who this Yama is right from Vedic times. And in Divine Hymns and Ancient Thought, Volume 1 of Dr. Dange, I could get a picture of Yama. Yama was not deprived of having the ritualistic drink, Soma, which was supposed to be reserved for gods. Yama is portrayed as drinking Soma in the company of gods under a tree, having beautiful leaves in this area. I mean, my mind was really touched, and then I decided to even study further on Yama. And then, of course, I could see references to Yama from Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices. In my next visit, I requested the registrar to have one more, day for me. And then I said, I will see the Yama temple of Tiruchitrambalam. So this was just one of my own experiences. That article of mine is published in Anantacharya Indological Journal. So as far as living traditions are concerned, even today, the Yama Ratha is undertaken in that temple on Maghi day. That is the Maghi Purnima day. Then similarly, my another research on talks that we keep in that, in the house, maybe some houses have got the regular temples. One corner is said to be temple and it has got some layers, steps. So there are family talks which are kept there. So what are these talks? Then there are inscriptions with regards to the kings of ancient and medieval times, opening the reservoir for the public, even the wells, public tanks, public wells, etc. On that, they say there is a ritual performed. I wanted to know the ritual. And then the rituals could be understood through Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices as to how the silver tokens of aquatic animals used to be made, and then they used to be thrown in the particular river or the tank to have the proper flow of water since then. So my point here is that there are many, many living traditions which need to be understood. And for that, Dr. Dange has created immense treasure of information. And as I said, for our incredible India concept to, have it really successful, we must have all this reading. I will just say here, because the time is short, Annal School of Historiography, which we all read in history, it is with regards to cultural history. When I was reading his Towards Understanding Hindu Myths, in chapter Structural Approach and Meaning on page 153, he has mentioned this particular school. Maybe later on he wanted to study this and then find out as to how Claude Lévi-Strauss's structuralism was there in this particular school. Possibly, because this he has mentioned in the context of structuralism of Lévi-Strauss. So for me, he has left a treasure behind, really speaking. And we all know that based on his ideas and based on the efforts of Dr. Sindhu Dange, the department has courses on comparative mythology. I wish success to these courses. And while implementing various courses of cultural history and intangible heritage at different levels of education in India, which is being done, which will be done in future, I feel Dr. Dange's contribution to Indology will automatically be well known to people at large, though through his books, he has already become immortal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for setting the tone of the webinar so wonderfully, highlighting the significance of Indological studies towards achieving incredible India in the real sense of the term, unfolding the enigma called Dr. Sadashiv Ambadas Dange through some of his works, some of his thoughts, reminiscing times with him, and about walking the same paths as him. Thank you so much, madam. I now invite Dr. Madhavi Narsalay, Assistant Professor and former Head of the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, to deliver the keynote address. Though we all know her very well, it is my proud privilege to formally introduce her. Dr. Madhavi Narsalay was felicitated by the then Governor of Maharashtra, Shri S.C. Jamir, was also awarded the Samudra Manthan Awards toward the betterment of the society in 2017. She has coordinated the Bharatiya Dharma and Tattvajnan section of the Marathi Vishwakosh and has been a member of Tattvajnan Vishwakosh of Bhasha Sanchalanalay, that is the Directorate of Languages, Government of Maharashtra. She has been this member of Syllabus Designing Committee of SSC, of MPSC, of AICTE from New Delhi, has participated as an expert for the very first international conference on yoga for the World Yoga Day organized by ICCR and Indian Consulate in New York. She has been the associate editor of 3 books, published 3 books of her own, over 40 published research papers, has written short stories, translated poems in Sanskrit, participated in several seminars, and delivered public lectures on various themes in Indology. She has also worked as a consultant with media and production houses on themes like Indian culture and mythology. Has 5 independent research projects, including the very significant UGC-UP project titled Exploring Theological Discourse for Peaceful Coexistence Through Text Analysis, which was a multidisciplinary project involving collective analysis of key religious Hindu and Islamic texts by academic scholars. The principal subjects of specialization for her include Veda, Vedanta, Purana, Dharmashastra, Arthashastra, mythology, aesthetics, and more. I now request her to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Madhavi Narsalay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murali Nevakar, for a kind introduction. At the outset, let me thank Professor Dr. Sindhu Dange for suggesting me to present the keynote address on the contribution of Professor Dr. Sadashiv Ambadas Dange to Indology. Professor Dange was, though known as a Vedic scholar, he has substantially contributed to the study of epics, Mahapuranas, as well as Dharmashastra. His writings in the form of 27 books and more than 250 research papers carved out a pioneering path for the study of comparative mythology and religion. Born on 23rd August 1922 at Hingadghat in the state of Maharashtra, he completed his schooling and graduation in the district of Wardha. He spent nearly 8 years of his life in social service in South India. Later, he pursued post-graduation in Wilson College, Mumbai in 1952. Further, he completed post-graduation in Hindi from Nagpur University. His PhD thesis with the title Legends and the Mahabharata with a brief survey of folktales was appreciated for its path-working research work by scholars. Later, he was awarded D.Lit from Nagpur University. After spending almost 15 years in Nagpur in teaching Sanskrit in college and Nagpur University, he joined as a reader, and now we understand the word reader as associate professor in the Sanskrit department of University of Mumbai, then Bombay. He superannuated as R.G. Bhandarkar Professor and Head, Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai in 1982. His first book, Critiques on Sanskrit Drama, was co-authored by Dr. Sindhu Dange. The book shook the edifice of established notions about Sanskrit dramas. He considered Uttararama Charita as an example of Vipralambha Shungar and not Karuna Rasa. He has logically argued that Pratibha Natak of Bhas is an example of Rajya Shulka and Kaike's demand of kingdom for Bharat was right in the light of Dharma Shastra. So it actually gave a smart jolt to the established notion of classical Sanskrit literature. In his doctoral dissertation on the Mahabharata, he has maintained that Garuda worshippers nullifying venom of snake worshippers, Nagas, were initially the two offshoots of the same tribe, that is of the Nagas. So there was one tribe who worshipped Garuda as a totem, and there was another tribe who worshipped Naga as a totem, but both the tribes belong to the main tribe, which is the Naga tribe. To substantiate his arguments, Professor Dange has culled information from not only Sanskrit sources, but also Prakrits and folk sources. So he has given the etymology of the word Garudi. So the Garudi is translated in Hindi as Sapera, who would a snake charmer who would get snakes on the street and have a entertainment show with them. So Garudi is from the word Garud. and how Garuda can suppress Nagas. Similarly, Garudi also can suppress Nagas. That was his theory over there. So he has culled out information from Sanskrit sources, from Prakrit and folk sources, etc. He revised this book in the later years of his life and brought out 3 volumes, namely Myths from the Mahabharata, Quest for Immortality. Then the second book is Myths from the Mahabharata, Patterns and Symbols. And the third book is Myths from the Mahabharata, Probe in the Early Dim History and Folklore. 70s saw Professor Dr. A Dange as a scholar who brought a paradigmatic shift in the perception of Vedic studies. He brought out 3 books, namely Pastoral Symbolism of the Rigveda in 1970 from the University of Pune, and now the Savitribai Phule Pune University. Vedic, then the second book is Vedic Concept of Field and Divine Fructification, University of Mumbai in 1971, and then Sexual Symbolism from the Vedic Ritual in 1979 by Ajanta Publications, New Delhi. This trio deals with the sexual imagery of the Vedic seers and ritualists. The vital point which Dange has investigated is the interrelationship between pasture and rain. The sexual imagery, based on the principles of magic in the Rigvedic mantras, is a charm for the gain of rain and the fructification of the land. Thus, hymns which have been posed as riddles by many a scholar become eloquent once the sexual imagery is understood. With this theory of pastoralism, the Nabhane Rishta Sukta, the Vrishakapi Sukta, the Mudgala Sukta, as well as the ritual between the sacrificial horse and the eldest queen become absolutely clear. He believed that the obscurity that yet haunts certain Vedic hymns or verses of the Rigveda has 2 phases. In certain cases, it is genuine because in some of the riddle hymns, the Rishi himself indulges in creating an obscurity by a sort of a challenge for the reader to unfold it. At times, he followed the etymological approach. Example, Agni is the Putra as he saves gods from the hell named Put. Whatever may be the real implication behind the word Putraha and Pita in this particular context, and Sayana is agreeable in this explanation here, one thing is pretty sure, namely, the poet of the Rigveda indulges in word spiel, that is a word game, at many places and throws a challenge to the scholar of these holy texts. He further adds that though certain hymns and parts of rituals were utilized by the Brahmanas and by the Sudras, the exact environment of many a hymn remained an obscurity. Even in the cases of verses used in the sacrificial setting, there clearly remains the probability of their being torn away from the original surroundings. His methodology was to examine the textual sources in the light of language and linguistics, and then attempt to bring out the commonalities across different cultures and civilizations. In this process, he at times deviated from Sayana or followed Sayana. This type of neutral approach of Professor Dange is to be learned by young researchers of not being extremely appreciative or extremely derogatory towards the traditional sources. A true researcher needs to be impersonal. In his work Pastoral Symbolisms of the Rigveda, he has reconstructed the meaning behind these cryptic portions by connecting them with cosmic sexual imagery. He was of the opinion that the main forces in the cosmos were the fire and waters, and they in themselves formed a mithuna. Mithuna is a sex pairing. The conspicuous pair is the heaven father and the earth mother, and their union causing a ratus, that is the rain. As the science of sacrifice in the Brahmana literature developed varieties, it gave rise to various types of mithunas, such as that of various utensils, ladle, and also milk and rice. The Mithuna imagery is continued in the Puranas and also erotic sculpture. This will make clear that the Vedic tradition believed sex to be an important part of the rituals to promote weal. The horse sacrifice and the Brahmodya connected with it was the culmination of this belief. Though the horse sacrifice was further believed to be for the royal sway and became a part of the kingly status, the most original idea, the duty of the king to fructify the earth as a lord, was the original purpose behind this. This thought, mentioned in this book, Field and Divine Fructifications, is the seed of his later book in 2 volumes, Vedic Sacrifice, Early Nature. He has attempted to explain the imagery behind the hymn of Rishakapi. He is very blunt and clear in his remarks. He says that the hymn does not seem probable that there was any adhyatmic about it in the origin, nor can it be conceded that Indrani in his particular context indicates a collection of all the pranas. Rishakapi himself being sacrificed presents another point of interest. Who could Rishakapi in his original nature be? Mythological identifications with Hanumat and the myth of the Dravidian influence, a monkey god superseding the Vedic god as such. The most original idea in the hymn appears to be that of a virile monkey ritually slaughtered. Another ticklish motif is the father running behind the daughter. The father is Parjanya, the rain god, and the daughter is Mother Earth. He feels that this myth did not origin in the Indian setting. There is a similar myth from ancient Assyria. The probability of this myth is borrowed from Assyria cannot be denied. The third book of Professor A Dange received the prestigious silver medal of the Asiatic Society of Bombay, now Mumbai, in 1981. At the behest of the state government of Maharashtra, Dange wrote a book in Marathi with the title Hindu Dharma Ani Takavadnya. In this book, he has traced the roots of Hinduism by assimilating and integrating various forces right from the Brahmanical sources to folk religion and culture. This book received many laurels and awards, like the State Government of Maharashtra Award, then the Chiplunkar Award, and the Kesari Maratha Trust Award. Another Marathi book of Professor S. A. Dange was the Ashwatthachi Pane, which contains his articles on various topics concerning myths and ritual, interlinking them with Vedic and Puranic Hindu Dharma. It received the State Government of Maharashtra Award. Professor Dange's book Cultural Sources from the Veda is appreciated and recognized as a source book by the researchers of ancient Indian history and culture, as well as archaeologists. Vedic Myths in Social Perspective is his another book, which comprised his 3 Vishwabandhu Memorial Lectures delivered at the University of Punjab in 1981. Later, Professor Dange undertook a major research project from the University Grants Commission, which was published in 5 volumes with the title Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices. This work has been an important source book for scholars attempting to understand Puranic sources of Hindu Dharma. His work, Puranic Myth and Culture, serves as a noteworthy introduction to the myths and cultural data from the Puranas. We see the journey of the scholar from Vedic sources to the Puranic sources, and how Vedicism and Puranism are interlinked, and there is no discontinuity in the tradition as interpreted by many Western scholars. Professor Dr. S. A. Dange had published an anthology of selected hymns and passages with translations and annotations with the title Divine Hymns and Ancient Thought in 2 volumes. These 2 volumes though serve as a great help to get oneself introduced to Vedic studies, they also present fresh material with a new approach. There are 30 hymns from the Rig Veda and 50 passages from other Vedic texts. He has given parallels from the Avestan, Greek, Assyrian, Babylonian, Egyptian, and Mesoamerican religion and mythology. After the success of the two-volume anthology, Professor Dange has written a book in Marathi, namely Purakathancha Artha, Vad and Vivechan, introducing the theoretical approaches to unfolding myths to Marathi readers. This book received the award from the state government of Maharashtra in 1994-1995. Later, towards understanding Hindu myths is another accolade achieved by Professor Dange. His attempt to analyze and interpret Hindu mythology indicated his originality of thought. In the first part of the book, Dange takes a survey of important theories of mythology, namely the nature myth approach, the ritual myth approach, functionalism, structuralism, and many more. He accepts the toolbox approach and throws a fresh light on the meaning of some tribal and classical myths studied by earlier scholars by further comparison. A study of some Hindu myths and legends form the second part of his book, where Professor Dange explains the various symbols, motives, and patterns therein and tries to arrive at the meaning of these myths and legends. In the area of mythological study, this book is a milestone in itself. Professor Dange has been successfully attempted in analyzing Hindu myths and rituals based on various theories of mythology, folklore, and cultural anthropology. A study of some Hindu myths and legends form the second part of the book. Here, Professor Dange explains the various symbols, motives, and patterns therein and tries to arrive at the meaning of these myths and legends. To name some, you have the Narsiha, the man-lion myth, Vishnu, Urvashi, Krishna, Renuka, and Yellamma, and goddess and the buffalo demon, the Mahishasura. Images from Vedic hymns and rituals is yet another book by Professor Dange, which throws light on the research methodology to be pursued by scholars in interpreting and understanding Vedic texts. The 2 volumes of the book Vedic Sacrifice Early Nature, funded by the University Grants Commission, is a landmark work. The thought behind the book is that, though by the time of the Brahmana text, there is seen a set cycle of sacrifices and connected with them the respective rituals, there appear several variations in the rituals in the Brahmana texts themselves and prior to them in the Yajurvedic texts. This is a state prior to that of the codified Shrauta ritual of the sutras. Having made a detailed study of all these variations, he comes to the conclusion that it is essential to study this stage to mark the development of various rites and rituals that evolved with the passage of time. Without the knowledge of this stage, the picture of the ritual from the picture of the ritual from Shrauta Sutras would remain incomplete. His book, Gleanings from Vedic to Puranic Age, forms the collected papers of Professor Dange, edited by Dr. Sindhu Dange. The first part of this book contains 23 papers of Professor Dange. They deal with varied topics such as the Vedic belief in Axis Mundi, the visions of the Rishi Kavis, Sanskrit poeticians' imagery gliding into the realm of semiotics, the Vedic concept of dream, the study of the deity Vastoshpati, the riddle-like incidents of the 2 great epics, the study of Puranas to be taken as a Shastra. Some intrinsic motives of mythology and folklore and the application of Mimamsa rules also forms a key portion of this book. The 7 papers dealing with the spoken aspect of Sanskrit language form a unique group of these papers and come at the end. They have to be named here, for they do not tread on the beaten track. 3 of them deal with the concept of root germination, applying the principle of roots to works like to dhatus like ghasa and other roots of vision and the reduplicated roots. 2 papers here deal with word study, taking the concept of kanya and kanina and dampati and patni for scrutiny. The paper vowel shortening and the Sanskrit sandhi takes up a point which is a matter of experience even in modern speech. Apart from his 3 books in Marathi, he has written papers in Marathi in the annual numbers of the Vidarbha Sanshodhan Mandal Nagpur for 35 years and also in the issues of Navbharat, a research journal from Y and in periodicals. Laurels and awards follow such a personality. He was selected as the sectional president of All India Oriental Conference in 1982, held in Shantiniketan. His works were published in prestigious journals like the Annals of the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. The Uttar Pradesh Sanskrit Academy felicitated him in 1989. The government of Maharashtra felicitated him in 1990. In 1993, the President of India honored him for his contribution to Sanskrit studies. In his tenure as a professor of Sanskrit, he started the certificate and the diploma course in Sanskrit. At present, there are 100 course students applying for these courses. After his superannuation, he initiated the postgraduate diploma course in Sanskrit in comparative mythology. And at present, this is the most sought after course in the Department of Sanskrit. I'd like to say that that Professor A Dange was a visionary. So he started the course in 1991, but after 25 years of the course, you can see that the course is in a totally different level, and it is one of the star courses of the Department of Sanskrit University of Mumbai. But if it was not his vision, this wouldn't have been possible, I'd like to say. This indicates that he was not just a scholar, but also a visionary. So when we look at the contribution of Professor S.A. Dange, we realize that he began his work through classical literature, and later his journey developed into Vedic literature, and he didn't stop at Vedic, but he also compared Vedic literature along with the Puranic literature and tried to find out commonalities between them. But he did not stop over here. So as a Vedic seer, you can say that yatra vishvam bhavati eka needam. So the world is like a nest. So he started taking up commonalities between Vedic and Puranic myths, or so you can say sacred stories, and compare them with those of other different cultures and find out commonalities and differences between them, and try to analyze why do we see these commonalities and what is the reason for those differences. So I would say that so the path secondly, when he solved the riddles of various suktas using the concept of mithuna, this was also path-breaking research. And in the 80s and 90s, when the society was conservative, speaking about the language of sexual imagery was a very bold step which Dange sir had taken up, and so so you can realize that he has followed the path which was not tread by many, and therefore whenever being a student, whenever I used to go to their place for research work, there was a poem written by Robert Frost, which he had kept it in his bookcase, and the concluding lines of one of the poem of Robert Frost, that is the road not taken by, he said Dr. Dange feels that is his mission. So he has quoted and the lines say that 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and That has made all the difference. So taking a path which is not tread by many scholars, Professor Dange has left an independent impact on the study of Vedic literature, Puranic literature, and also comparative mythology. So this is my tribute to my teacher, Professor A Dange. I thank Professor Dr. Sindhu Dange for helping me with the material which I could use for the keynote address. And I thank the Department of Sanskrit for giving me this opportunity to present the keynote address. And I stop over here. Thank you for your patient ear. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your scholarly and very engaging session. Madam introduced Dange sir's contributions and thought processes, be it the sexual symbolism, be it comparative mythology, or his toolbox approach, in the simplest possible way, with examples and citations from Dange sir's work. As she suggested, like Dange sir, we young students and researchers must also strive to imbibe the impersonal, critical, and comparative approach towards contemporary and traditional sources to research, and try to walk on the road less traveled by many. Thank you very much, Madam. We will be deviating a bit from our pre-decided schedule and have the question answer sessions after all the lectures in this session before the lunch are over. The first speaker now is Professor Dr. Gauri Mahulekar. We all know and respect her, yet let me formally introduce her again. Professor Mahulekar is currently the Academic Director of Chinmay International Foundation, Kerala. She has been the officiating Vice Chancellor and Dean of Faculty at the Chinmay Vishwavidyapith, Professor and Head of the Department of Sanskrit and the Head of Gurudev Tagore Chair of Comparative Literature at University of Mumbai. She is the Kulapati of Sanskriti Samvardhan Pratishthan and the Vice President of the Itihas Sankalan Samiti. She has edited and authored many books and has close to 100 published research papers to her credit, guided 18 PhD and many more MPhil students, and has been instrumental in the construction of Ramakrishna Bajaj Bhavan, Ramakrishna Bajaj Sanskrit Bhavan in the Kalina campus of Mumbai University, and has received many prestigious awards like the International Ramakrishna Award, Guru Gaurav Puraskar, Sanskrit Pandit Puraskar, Kavi Kulaguru Kalidas Sanskrit Sadhana Puraskar, Adi Shankaracharya Puraskar, and many, many more. One of the key contributions we can say is from January 2020, she has initiated the Open Learning for All, the OLA lecture series on various themes of Indology. You can listen to the OLA lectures online. We are indeed fortunate to have you back here with us, Madam. She will be talking about the Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices, the mega series by Professor Dr. S. A. Dange. I request her to deliver her lecture. Dr. Gauri Mahulekar.
Thank you, Mrunal, for your generous introduction. Thank you, Sanskrit department, my own department in Mumbai University and Rtaayana, and my Adaranjali to Professor S. A. Dange, my mentor, my professor, and of course, Sindhu Dange, my teacher and guide. And I can see Varsha and Vinu here. I'm so happy today that this is like a academic family get together for me. So, Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalataya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I was fortunate that Professor Sadashiv Ambadas Dange chose me as the first research assistant on this mega project, a motif index of the Puranas. That was the original name when he applied with his proposal to the UGC. And for 2 years, from 75 to 77, I worked on it. And one more year, of course, he got an extension, and some other of my colleagues, they worked on it later. But I feel so fortunate that laid the seeds of research in me. Working with Professor Dange is a very memorable experience, unforgettable experience. And I'm so happy today that this particular book
or the series, the 5 volumes of this. This has been listed by the World Cat member libraries worldwide, and it is available with the 153 libraries in the world today. That is the highest, of all other books of Professor Dange. This comes in the first position. The second position is the Legends in the Mahabharata. So I'm so fortunate to work on this. I was also fortunate to write about him, his personal, information for the Vivek Vyaspit Shilpakar Charitra Kosh and Adhunik Maharashtrachi Jadan Ghadan and Maharashtra Nayak. I was again fortunate to write an entry on Professor Sadashiv Ambadas Dange as well as Sindhu Sadashiv Dange. So I feel very elated today to speak in front of all these people who are all the admirers and in a way, followers of Dr. Dange's legacy. Now this project, encyclopedia, this is a kosha lexicon, very vast nature of it. And he worked only on Puranas. Were there not koshas before, on the Puranas, before Dr. Dange took it up? There were. There were 2 such koshas. One was by Vettam Mani, and that was perhaps the earliest one. And the other one was Ramachandra Dikshitar. When Ludo Roche, from a German scholar, German professor from Pennsylvania University, UPenn, he wrote a review on these 5 volumes. What he wrote, and I quote him, this review was published in the Journal of the American Oriental Society, volume 112, issue 4, October to December 1992. And I quote, the author was aware of the existence of 2 earlier encyclopedias dealing with Puranic materials. We are Ramachandra Dikshitar's 3 volumes on Puranic Index, published from University of Madras in 1951 to 55, and Vettam Mani's Puranic Encyclopedia, originally published in 1964 and revised edition in 1975. This is published by Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi. The new encyclopedia, that is Dr. Dange's encyclopedia, was to be different from its 2 predecessors. And the entries in both the predecessing encyclopedias, they prominently consist of the proper names, whereas the new encyclopedia deals with the beliefs and practices. So that is the differentiating line. It's not that, there were no predecessors, there were, but his work was different, is different, and stands different, from all other works. So this is the very special thing about Dr. Dange's encyclopedia. While working on it, I came across so many motifs, so many concepts. So I will deal with a few concepts, and then, at the end, I may take up some 2-3 entries, which, are like very path breaking and path making both ways, So some of the concepts which, I won't repeat what Madhavi has already stated, the sexual symbolism, the pastoral symbolism, and his concept of Mithuna, which is like, he was always keen on tracing the Vedic literature, the Vedic concepts, find them in the Puranic and the epic literature, and try to find them, try to locate and identify some of the living traditions and prevalent customs and practices, even the folk and the tribal. So this is the entire gamut, the comparative study, how it should be from Vedas to Puranas and epics and to the literature and to the living tradition. So I remember once, we had been to a picnic. Dange sir was also there. It was Elphinstone College tour, and Dange madam had planned for it, but Dange sir joined us there. And he incidentally he used to talk something which triggered, some of our enthusiasm, some of our interest, and triggered a desire to know more about it. By and by, he quoted one Marathi proverb, केळीच्या पानाला लावला चुना, बायको बाळंतीण, नवरा तान्हा. I hope Dange madam remembers that. And केळीच्या पानाला लावला चुना, how this also has a sexual imagery. So in this, like little proverbs which are currently, in usage, especially in the rural Maharashtra, rural India. He came from Hinganghat, from Wardha, from Nagpur, from Vidarbha region basically. And he was very aware of all those Marathi proverbs, especially in that area. So this is the Jayatva of a wife. Why wife is called Jaya, So Asyam Jayate Putra Rupena Punaha iti Jaya iti uchyate. So like simple proverbs also, how they are laden with so many conceptual things. So that was a perspective which Dange sir gave always. Then while talking about this Vedic, Puranic and the folk, I always remember how he used to talk about the Vedic Rudra and the prototype Puranic Shiva. Then in the folk literature, the Shiva Parvati Samvada, and in the literature also, like Kalidasa's Abhijata Sanskrit Sahitya also, how they are unified, and so many Subhashitas also, like Patuvaha category Subhashitas, as well as some tricky Chamatkriti Janya Subhashitas also, how they deal with the Shiva Parvati family, how they are like one of us, and human beings, they can correlate the relations of husband-wife, the relation of mother and son, all these could be correlated with the Shiva Parvati couple. So Jagatah Pitarau Vande, at the same time, they are the couple in and around us, like us, So that approach he gave us, and through popular Subhashitas, through popular folk stories. And then I used to tell him, something like, working with him was more of a, not just, I was sharing the same room in the University Clubhouse, Churchgate B Road. And he was a reader then, Dr. Mainkar was the HOD. And I used to share the same room, a small table, and that table is still there in the HOD's room, where Saraswati is seated now. So that table was my research table. And sometimes something striking I used to read, and I just used to interrupt him, irrespective of his busy schedule and all that. Sir, मला नाही असं काहीतरी दिसलंय, ह्याचा काय अर्थ होईल? What does it mean? And curiously I used to ask, and curiosity to ask and anxiety to know, these are the basic components of myths as well, mythology as well. And that curiosity to quench the query. So he never disappointed me on these things. And I used to tell him, I told him once in Karnataka, I come from Karnataka, rural, Uttar Kannada Vibhaga, Dharwad Hubballi side. And in Ashadha Amavasya day, we used to have a celebration. And that celebration was, it was a relation between a brother and a sister. And once, a brotherless sister is weeping because she doesn't have a brother and she doesn't have anybody to celebrate with. And Shiva Parvati listened to that, and Parvati tells Shiva, why don't you go and be her brother, So when I told that story to him, he was so happy. So some such little customs and little things I used to share with him, and he never discouraged me. He always encouraged me to, to tell more and more, because these are the beliefs, these are the practices which have survived, the onslaught of so many invasions, the parachakras, and still it has percolated down millennium of years. So it was a very rewarding experience to work with him and share with him some such things. Another thing is like conceptually, I tell some concepts basically. The Surya worship or the sun tradition in the Indian tradition, how Surya is looked upon. And there are so many Surya Suktas, Savitri Suktas, Mitra Suktas, Pushan Suktas, and Adityas. You know, the various aspects of, even Tvashta is one of the Adityas. So all these Suktas. And then in the 10th mandala, there is this Surya or Saranyu Sukta. And how that Saranyu, she, Saranyuhu Kasmat Saranaditi Uchate, says Yaska. So she drives away from the sun. Why she drives away from the sun? Because she cannot tolerate the excessive burning heat of the Chanda Surya. And then how the Puranas built up a story around that. The Vedic Sukta stops here, that Chayam Savaranim Kritva Kritvi Dadau, you know, till that, you know, the Vedic Sukta stops. And further on, how the Puranas developed the story into a full-fledged solar myth. So when I was working on these 19 Puranas, not the 18, 19, because Dange sir said, we don't want to enter into the conflict, whether Shiva Purana is the one of the Mahapuranas of the 18 or the Vayu Purana. So let us take both. And therefore we did work on both the Shiva Purana and the Vayu Purana, because you know that Vachatushayam Bratrayam, you know, all that Bhadvayam Bhadvayam Bratrayam Vachatushayam and Anapakuskalingani. So we wanted to cover all that, and therefore he took these 19 Mahapuranas. So this is another thing, you know, like what Hazara said, like there are only 18 Puranas, and everybody says there are Mahapuranas are only 18. But for this project, Dange sir chose all the 19. So in the Puranas, when I was reading this story, the stories came in a very full-fledged form of a solar myth. And it's not only the Savarna is named as Chaya in the Puranas there. And Chaya continued to stay with Surya. Surya unaware, of course, that it is not his original wife, but it's a replica or a shadow. And then he generated sons from her, and Shanaishchara is born from Chaya, and Yamadharma was born from Savarna, from this one, Saudnya, from Saranyu. And then one day, this Yamadharma and Shani, they had a fight. And in their fight, they obviously took the fight to their mother, as all kids do. They go to their mother with their fight to resolve. And instead of resolving their fight, Chaya cursed Yama. She took the side of her own son, Shanaishchara, and cursed Yamadharma. Yama went crying to his father. And then Shiva just pondered over how could a mother curse her own child. And then he realized that it is not the original mother of Yama. And then he contemplated, he went to Tvashta and then asked Tvashta, where is she? Tvashta said she stayed here for a few days and then she went. Now I don't know where she is. And she was wandering in the form of a mare in the Kuru Jangala Pradesha, Uttara Kuru region. But then Surya asked Tvashta, what was the reason why she left me? And when he said that it was your excessive luster, which she could not bear, which she could not tolerate, she left you, then can you minimize it? Tvashta being the celestial carpenter, so to say, a taksha in a way. So he just chopped off some of the lustrous portion from the sun, and from that lustrous portions, the Puranas go further saying that so many Divya Yudhas were made, even the Sudarshana Chakra, the disc was made from that, and that's why these Yudhas are very fatal. Okay, even the Trishula is made up from that. But while doing that, while pairing off, chopping off some of the luster of the sun, his feet got wounded. Sun's feet got wounded. Now, how this tradition has percolated down? Puranas stop here. Okay, the feet got wounded. And now we see the sun temples, especially in the medieval period from 10th to 14th century medieval India, especially during the Rajasthan, in the geographical area of Rajasthan and Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh and Bihar, we find so many sun temples. And these sun temples, if at all they have the Vigraha of the Surya, they first of all, they don't worship the Vigraha, the Murti, but they worship it in the form of the orb. Even for the Ratha Saptami, in the Magha Saptami, we also used to, on a slate, we used to draw the solar orb, with the typical Kirana, all the sides, and worship that. So that is still there in a family. So if the orb is not worshipped and the Vigraha is made, the Vigraha shows the hunter shoes on till, as knee-high shoes, like the cowboys, they wear the knee-high shoes like that. Surya's image, Surya Pratima, has the knee-high shoes. And even now, if you go to Puri, if you go to Konark Sun Temple, the Paschimadwara especially, you have the sun image and which you can see the knee-high shoes there. But this custom is not found in the South India, not even in the Maharashtra, not even in the Konkan, because in the Konkan there are some living sun temples. I visited one and I deciphered the Tamrapata of the Kasheli Surya Mandir, the Kanakaditya Surya Mandir, but there also the Vigraha doesn't have the shoes. So this is the story which has the spatial limitation, you can say geographical limitations. And so this story, how it has come down to us even now, and it doesn't stop here, my friends. It continues till the folk tradition, and we have in the Gujarat and Rajasthan, we have the Randalmani Puja. This Randalma or Radni is none else but the Samradni or the Samudnya, who was the queen of Surya. From that Radni, from Saranyu, it was Ranyu and then Ranubai, and we have Aditya Ranubaichi Katha in Maharashtra. And Randalmana Ghodo, Ghoda is the main symbol, and the women, while worshipping this sun, they even now, they mime the movements of the horse. So it's a mimicry, how the horses would jump. So they would jump on the spot, and there are videos available on that also. So this is how, that was the perspective of Dange sir. And he used to tell me that there was, the program called Surabhi, done by Renuka Shahane and Siddharth Kak, not Subhash Kak, Siddharth Kak. And in one of their episodes, he had mentioned, Renuka Shahane and Siddharth Kak had mentioned about Randalmana Ghodo. So sir was particular that you please watch that episode. So how this tradition from Vedas to Puranas and to the folk and to the vratas, the vows, because every vow, every vrata has a story, and these stories are ritual, they have ritual background. So the ritual, the myth, so the ritual interpretation of the myth, there are so many theories of myth interpretation, but a ritual myth interpretation theory is perfectly applicable to such myths which we are observing even now. So that is one motive which I wanted to say. Then there is another motive of Mahanagni, the vast naked earth. Of course, some part of that was already covered in the sexual symbolism and the Mithuna, the Mahanagni, which was later on by Rachim Dhere, Lajja Gauri was brought out. And I still remember in 1990, I traveled with Dr. Dange and Sindhu Dange, my teachers, both of my teachers, to Haridwar. That was my first Oriental conference which I attended. I presented a paper also in that. And the travel the train travel was like a rewarding thing. So many things, so many anecdotes and so many concepts I heard. That time I heard a whole lot of Mahanagni, the great vast naked earth, and how this is there even in the sculptures. And these sculptures are today known as the Lajja Gauri sculptures, and only the genitals and the prominent breasts of the woman are seen. The face is not there, and vegetation is growing from the genitals and all that. So Lajja Gauri, it is a much discussed topic, so I won't deal with it more here. But this was the episode, this was the concept there. Then apart from this, these concepts, I think there are some more concepts, but this Ahalyaya Jaraha, the Vedic concept of Ahalyaya Jaraha, and this how you can connect with the Indra as a fertility god, and how you can relate that story from the Ramayana, Balakanda, where Vishwamitra narrates the Ahalya story to Rama and Lakshmana before they would go to Mithila Nagari, seeing that desolate ashram of Ahalya. And, he always used to say, you read the original Ramayana and Mahabharata, original Vyasa Valmiki Krita, and no translations. You are a Sanskrit, not scholar, but you are a Sanskrit student, so you should read it in original. And really, he prompted us, inspired us to read, motivated us to read in original, and that helped me a lot, because that is the thing, where I came to know that in Ramayana, Ahalya is never cursed to be a stone. Valmiki never cursed her to be a stone. In fact, the curse is like Vata Bhaksha, Nirahara, Lokanam, Adrishya, Bhasmashayini. So this is like an outcast woman who is neglected by the society. She is not in the mainstream of the social gathering and all that. Nobody looks at her, and Gautama leaves her there, and he went for his tapas. So she is like an outcast person, and like a boycotted, social boycott, you can say. And therefore it is Ashmavat Jivanam and not Ashma. Okay, it is Ashmavat Jivanam. But in the Puranas, it comes as Shilamayi Bhava, Ashmamayi Bhava, Skanda Purana says Ashmamayi Bhava, and Brahma Purana says Shushka Nadi Bhava. It was like a dry stream of a dry river, dried up river. So there are so many connotations of the very same thing. And it was only after Kamban, the Tamil Ramayana, and Goswami Tulsidas Ramayana, that the Shila, Ahalya turning into Shila, became very famous. And now that has become the human psyche. And the Indian psyche, we know that Ahalya, Shila, Raghave, Uddharili. So that Shilatva of Ahalya, originally Valmiki doesn't talk of that. So go to the original, and that Sandesha, that helped me a lot when I talked about Ahalya, Draupadi, Sita, Panchakamna, etc. So this was, inspiring and motivating the students and triggering them to do the original seminal research. Once he told me, that was during that 1990 Haridwar trip, whenever you are writing research papers, though your specialization is Vedanta, do stick to Vedic literature. There is very few people do research on the Vedic literature, so you please write on the Vedic literature. So that I tried to follow as far as I could, and even now I'm trying to do that. So this is all, whatever little I could achieve today, that is all I owe to him. He is my inspiration and my mentor. And now to some of the entries which we actually find, and fortunately the entries on the Indian Archives internet you can find. The first volume I could read the entirely, and the fifth volume and others only the restricted reading was available. And here I am now in Mumbai, so I don't have resources with me. So I could do justice only to whatever little I could find on the internet. So apart from the personalities and the names of the places, he has abundantly dealt with the beliefs and the practices. In fact, that is the demarcation and the distinguishing feature of this encyclopedia. And you can find, a thing like allegory. Now, what is allegory? How can you write a note on that? Come on. How can allegory be an entry in an encyclopedia? But Dange sir's encyclopedia has that entry, and he has dealt with allegorical stories, especially the philosophical stories. For example, in the Skanda Purana, I'll just brief you about one such allegorical story. There is a motif, there is a story of a deer, a very proud deer with his sharp horns, and he is grazing with his doe. Both are together like the Kalidasa's Mriga and Mrigi, and they are grazing very joyously, very happily, unaware of two wolves which are waiting to pounce on them, and a hunter who is also ready to shoot an arrow at them. Now the story ends here. The story is, of course, philosophical, and this is the self, the human soul, who is grazing, who is like enjoying all the sensual carnal pleasures, unaware of the two wolves, the day and night, which are eating up his time and eating up, swallowing and devouring him minute by minute, day by day, and night by day, night by night. And the hunter is none else but the Kritanta, the god of death himself. So allegory, to find an entry in an encyclopedia on the name of allegory, that is very interesting. Then objects like bhasma. And bhasma, both the beneficent and the maleficent aspect of bhasma, he has entered it in the, not as in the B alphabet A as ashes, and throughout he writes bhasman, but then the entry is in the name of ashes. And then the whole entire vidhi of tripundra dharana, how with these two fingers and with the thumb joining here, you have to do the tripundra, and not with these three fingers as it is normally done, because Puranas say how it is to be done, And then the bhasma dharana, the beliefs are, the pregnant woman should not cross a line marked by ashes. In fact, she should not cross a line drawn on the earth by anything, even by a weapon. Lakshmana Rekha, for example, which is not there in Valmiki. But drawn line, a woman, especially a married woman or a pregnant woman, is not supposed to cross, because that, evil powers possess her in that manner. Then dhvaja, banner, it comes under B, banner. So banner or pataka. Then he talks about dhvaja, then the entire ritual and the stories of Indra Dhvaja, the Vasu Parichara Katha, the different names as Ketu and Pataka, what are the differences between these three things, and how it is used as a chinha or a sign of recognition, sign of victory, sign of festival, and even a mark on the forehead in the cases of Pataka. Especially in the case of a Brahma Ghataka, there are 5 Mahapatakas. Brahmahatya is one of the Mahapatakas. And for a Brahmaha, there is a mark on his forehead, and that is like, what is that? Shavadhvaja Chinnankita, Shavadhvajankita. And if a person is is indulged in theft, Steya is also a Mahapataka, then Shvapadam Kuriyat. The dog's paw is marked, it is like a Takta Mudra. Okay, so everybody knows, oh, he is a Mahapataki, because one who has an association with a Mahapataki is also a Mahapataki, and that's why to identify the Mahapataki becomes a necessity. So such things are there. Then Snan, a very usual thing like bath. What is so great about it? But then bath has so many implications and so many connotations. It is not only bath by water, it is jalasnana, but there is malasnana, there is mritsnana, adehantam mridalipya. The entire body is besmeared, anointed with mrit. And then 3 dips have to be taken. And then there is Brahma Bhaga and the Rudra Bhaga and the Vishnu Bhaga, the 3 portions of the body. There is Bhasma Snana, there is Vayu Snana, the Godhuli Snana, the Mantra Snana, which is called as Brahma Snana, then Kartika Snana, which is prevalent even today. So it is not only Puranatli Vangi Puranat, it is not Vangi, Vanagi, but even the Vanagi, the evidences which are given are not resting only to the Puranic age, they are practiced even today. My mother-in-law used to have Kartik Snana, and then later on we said enough of it because you will get cold. So Kartik Snana is still there. Dhatri Snana. Dhatri Snana is the water mixed with Amalaka fruit. You know, that is all. And Amalaka, you crush it and apply that paste also to your body, and then you take a jalasnana. Beasts and birds. He doesn't use the word animals, he has used, and the entry is in the name of beasts. Birds is separate, and body and body birds. These are perhaps the longest entries, at least in the first volume. Longest entries, I should say. They run from pages to pages, you know, because so many things are there. And when it considers the body parts, every body part from Nakhashikanta, you know, he would take every part of it. And then what are the stories associated with that? What are the beliefs associated with that? And how even today they are practiced. Like, for example, it will come under multiple entries. One concept, one particular, what you can say, myth or a belief can come under multiple entries. For example, the Diti's Katha of Vamana, that was Vamana Bukka Khuja, one of his articles in the Vidarbha Samshodhan Mandal, I still remember. Khuja is a typical Maharashtrian Marathi word. Nowadays, we don't hear also that. But then Vaman Bukka Khuja, that was the article's name. And he had dealt with that Diti's story in detail, and how she did that Payovrata, and the deviation of that Vrata. Indra came there in the form of a Batu, and how he was looking for an opportunity, not the Vamana, this Indra's Payovrata Bhanga. And then how Diti one day, you know, very languid because Divas Bharlele hote tiche, and she was sitting in the evening time, her head bent down on her 2 knees. This was all a taboo. This was all prohibited for her by Kashyapa, but she did exactly the same. And then Indra entered through her yoni, and this is the origin of Maruds. And then he broke them, you know, the fetus, 7 parts, then Maruda, then 7 multiple, again 7, so 49 Maruds. So the 49, Ekona Panchashat Marudganaha, from the Vedas, how they find their justification in the Purana, the etiological myths, so to say, or the justificatory stories, and how even now this custom prevails, you know, in the evening time, the Pradosha Samaya, a girl should not be seated with her hair loose and her head bent down on her knees. So this is observed even now. So this what I mean to say is that this is from the Vedas to Puranas and to this this particular living traditions. These encyclopedical entries, they are always helpful. This encyclopedia was helpful for me, for my individual research. It helps me even now whenever I want to search something. It has helped umpteen numbers of PhD scholars and PhD researchers. Recently, I read one very good article by our own Swati Dravid last year only. Samshodhanam, she published one paper on Shri Vratas, different Shri Vratas, and she has indicted, she is indicted, and she has acknowledged Dr. Dange's encyclopedia. So this elements of in Puranic mantras and rituals that was my thesis, but then this is also, I owe it all to him. And therefore, I dedicated it to Dr. Professor Dange and Dr. Sindhu Dange, much against their wish perhaps, but that is my genuine feeling. I do mean it when I say I owe it a lot to these two people in my life. I really mean it. So again and again, my Pranati Tatayaha for Dange sir, Dange madam, and best wishes to the family members. Thank you, Department of Sanskrit and Rtaayana, for giving me an opportunity to share some of these thoughts. Hari Om.
Thank you so much, madam, for such an amazing insight into this massive work of Dange sir, taking us through the contributions of sir with various folk tales, her own experience of studying with sir, working with him, learning by observing him, discussing so many themes like sun worship, the idea of Mahanagani, the Indra Ahilya idea, the entries like allegories, Bhasma, bees and gods, and so much more. We must strive to imbibe the inquisitive, curious perspective of Dange sir for sure. And yet again, a reminder to all the students, like all of us teachers, continuously keep suggesting, read the original Sanskrit text, not just the translation, go back to the original text. Thank you so much, madam. The next speaker for today is Professor Dr. Nirmala Kulkarni, MA PhD from Savitribai Phule, Pune University. She was selected as the UGC research scientist in 1988 and has been working as research scientist professor since 2006. Has guided multiple MPhil and PhD students and has more than 50 research papers to her credit. She's authored and edited 5 books and completed 6 research projects on various themes like Atharva Veda, Paraskara Gruhya Paddhati, Sayana Bhasha, Maitrayani Samhita, and much more. She's worked as the sectional president in All India Oriental Conferences and Adhyaksha in Maharashtra Prachya Vidya Parishad, and has been a convener at the World Sanskrit Conference that took place in Vancouver, Canada, and will be also a convener at the one to be held in Canberra, Australia. For her contribution to the field of Indology and Sanskrit, she has been awarded the Pandit Satavekar Puraskar, Indira Behre Puraskar, and much more. We are very delighted to have you here, madam. I welcome you and request you to deliver your talk on divine hymns and ancient thoughts. Dr. Nirmala Kulkarni. You will need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So,
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
okay.
You can adjust the video so that we can see you as well.
So how to adjust it? I don't know, because I think the organizers have to adjust it. Even I can't see myself. Hello.
There is a start video icon.
It's okay, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay, okay. So, Professor Mrs. Dange and family members, other scholars, and the organizers, I am very much thankful to the organizers of this seminar for inviting me here to express my views in this August gathering. I feel it is my duty to express my views and pay tribute to the extraordinarily genius scholar whose series of 3 lectures had given me purpose to study Sanskrit more meaningfully. Both late Professor S.A. Dange and Professor Mrs. S.S. Dange are my academic ideals, and therefore once again I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to repay the Rishi Runa partially. For today's discussion, I have selected his book Divine Hymns and Ancient Thought, published in 2 volumes by Navaranga Prakashan, Delhi. The first volume is additionally entitled by Professor Dange as Rigveda Hymns and Ancient Thought, whereas the second volume as Ritual and the Quest for Truth. These additional titles indicate travel of Vedic mind from praise seen in the Rigvedic hymns to the Upanishadic thought via ritual and bring out the essence of the development of thinking in Vedic literature. I have selected these 2 books because I found them very useful while teaching Vedic literature in general and Rigveda in particular. Nowadays, I have started reading Rigvedic hymns serially and explain their contents and underlying problems to commoners, students, etc. The main purpose of my activity is to understand the entire Rigveda with the philological method as well as with all the available commentaries. I study the Rigvedic hymns maximally using the available literature and summarize it to others. Before starting any hymn to teach, I just have a cursory look to these 2 books, especially the first volume, and my understanding of the Rigveda becomes enriched. And that is why I thought of appreciating the contribution made by Professor Dange by publishing these 2 volumes. As suggested in the additional titles, the first volume deals with the Rigvedic hymns. The first volume explains 29 hymns addressed to various deities and dealing with ritually important topics. As the author himself has said, it is a sort of anthology. It helps the greater reader, a general reader, to acquaint himself with these holy scriptures, to go 4,000 years back and understand the language and culture of the Vedic people. While explaining the select hymns of Professor Dange, he has followed a typical structure for analyzing the contents. This structure seems to be cast on minds of teachers for more than a century and can be seen in the selections of Rigvedic hymns by Peterson, MacDonald, Welankar, and many others. It has become a blend of Eastern and Western methods, knowingly and unknowingly. The structure has been explained by himself in the preface of the first volume. Though the structure has adopted the modern method to explain the hymn, the content of the discussion on these hymns is not at all typical. It has the Dange touch, interpreting many important features of the hymns through ritual and comparative mythology. Any of these hymns selected gives a brief yet essential introduction to the deity. It is well accepted today that many of the Rigvedic deities are evolved through the perception of natural phenomena by the ancient human community. Nature of some Rigvedic deities is transparent, easy to understand. For example, Agni. From the name, from the description, from the adjectives, it becomes clear that the deity is fire, especially the sacrificial fire. However, nature of many of the deities is not clear. Scholars have polaristic views about the exact natural phenomenon that has prompted ancient men to name it as a certain deity. The immediate question that comes to a scholarly mind is regarding the origin of the deity. Many a time it is disputable whether the deity has emerged from the Indo-European period or whether it belonged to the Indo-Iranian period or it originated from India. For example, many questions float in mind regarding the origin of Ashwina, the 2 horsemen. What is the natural phenomenon that prompted Vedic mind to worship it as 2 moving together horsemen? Is it the Vedic mind or Indo-European mind? Professor Dange's very comprehensive and encompassing note enumerates the important opinions and ultimately forwards his own view, many a time supported by the position of the deity in the ritual. In the context of Ashwina, He has summarized views citing reference to MacDonald. Besides the obvious Indo-European mythological parallels from Greek and Roman, he has also referred to folds of Celtic mythology as suggested in the book The Folds of Epona by Dent et al. However, he has put forth his own opinion, to quote, with their association with Rudra, means with Ashwina's association with Rudra, like the Maruts, as indicated by the epithet Rudrau, they appear to be deified horsemen from the ancient Rudra fold in the Vedic class of gods, in whom they get assimilated, not without some reserve. Their being denied the Soma drink is a clue to this effect. Such an introduction helps a teacher for further reading. It also helps the student to have a basic idea of the deity, its position in the ritual and myths. Professor Dange expresses his incline towards a certain view. For example, in the context of Ashwina, he has indicated his inclination towards the opinion of Geldner with the words, "It is possible to agree with Geldner that they are of purely Indian origin." After giving a brief yet all encompassing introduction to the deity, he gives the number of the hymn along with the Rishi, Devata, and Chandas, following the traditional as well as modern pattern of description. Indian tradition calls a person Mantra Kantaka, who, without knowing the seer, the deity, and the meter and its application of him in the ritual, tries to recite the hymn. Thereafter, he has followed the usual pattern of citing Samhita Patha and Pada Patha. Then he translates the verse and explains the significant words with grammatical, etymological, and mythological notes. These notes are very much important, not only for the novice in the field, but also for those who have studied Vedic literature and who wish to study Vedic literature with deep concern. These notes always flash some new ideas and widen the existing knowledge of a person, even of teachers. I may cite here two examples of my choice. Let us take the example of the word Rodasi. The word Rodasi is explained by Sayana as Dyava Prithvi. However, any curious mind will ask why the word is derived from the root Rudda, to cry. In one of its articles, he has explained the relation of the root Rudda to the two worlds, heaven and earth. He has shown the significance of a myth that throws light on the word Rodasi. The myth that the earth and heaven were in the embrace position and were separated by Indra forms the perspective of the term. They were weeping while getting separated, therefore are called Rodasi. They were crying words, therefore are called Krandasi. He has brought together the myth that is presented in patches in Indian literature. He reads it in the perspective of the Egyptian myth and many more in a separate article. Any young student gets impressed and satisfied when the relation of the root Rudra to the word Rodasi is explained following Professor Dange. The same is the case of the word Shipra. Indra is often called Sushipraha. Many scholars have explained the word as having beautiful lips. However, Professor Dange has associated the word with the help of Indo-European etymology to horn. He further has explained Shipre as horn-like metal replicas to be placed on both sides of the helmet. These replicas could be taken away and used for drinking them. This goes well with the popular practice of drinking from horns, etc. Personally, I am indebted to him for such a practical and logical explanation. Sometimes his own opinions expressed in the book are explained elsewhere in the perspective of a wider theoretical framework in a book or in a research paper. The word Rodasi is taken care of in his both the well-known books sexual symbolism and pastoral symbolism, as well as in some stray articles on the subject. The first volume initiates any novice to the comparative methodology in many ways. Slowly, the reader enters in the field of comparative mythology. I may cite here the example of the Dikra. The Dikra is a divine speedy horse. Professor Dange has very much fond of searching for imagery in the Vedic mind. What we see in the form of a deity is the image. Professor Dange answers the question, what might have prompted the Vedic seers to imagine such an image? According to him, the concept of the solar horse gave the image of the Dikra. To support his view, he has used the comparative method and had searched similarity between the image of the Dikra and the image of Pegasus, the Greek winged horse. This is how, with increased interest, any novice enters in the field of comparative mythology. This is the importance of the first volume. In any Vedic selections, such a strong mythological connection is seldom shown. His grammatical comments, his explanation on the special features of the Padapatha are worth noticing. These notes introduce the students to Paninian terminology as well as terminology of the Western grammar. For example, see his note on the verbal form Vakshati. In the Agni Sukta, we have Sadevan Ahya Vakshati. He has explained it as late, which is the Paninian terminology, third person singular from Vaha. He further says, according to Western scholars, it is a aorist subjunctive. Probably he is familiar with the habit of students to forget the grammatical rules, especially the rules of the Padapatha. So he often explains these rules in almost each stanza. Even when I am teaching, when I stop repeating the rules in the class, some students told me to repeat these rules. The verb in the main clause is unaccented and the same in the subordinate clause is accented. This is to be told repeatedly. Similar is the case of peculiarities of Vedic grammar. These are to be repeated over and over again, and thus, while regarding the book, if any teacher comes across such repetition, he or she will not complain because they know that such a repetition is solicited by the students. The second volume of Divine Hymns and Ancient Thought, additionally entitled as Ritual and Quest for Truth, deals with 50 passages from the Atharva Veda, Brahmanas, and from the Upanishads. Without this volume, understanding of Vedic literature is incomplete. The Atharva Vedic passages selected here explain the secular as well as magico-religious side of the Atharva Vedic thought. These comprehensive notes help the teacher as well as the student to catch the intended meaning of the hymns. The next group is of the passages from the Brahmanas explaining the ritual procedure. Explaining symbolism of ritual practices interests Professor Dange every now and then, and therefore his explanations of the ritualistic passages from the Brahmanas explore the usually unexplained side of symbolism and underline the important meaning of the ritual. From this point of view, the introduction to the second volume is more elaborate. Besides, introduction to individual passages also explains the purpose of that particular ritual practice. I may quote here just 2 or 3 significant lines from the introduction that may give the spirit of this volume. To quote, as the altar, that is Vedi, represented the earth, it was to be filled in with objects that would symbolize various aspects of earth. These fillings were called sambharas. They included and also faggots from various trees such as ashwatha, etc. Thus, the altar became a virtual miniature earth. In these lines, Professor Dange has explained the significance of Yajna Sambhara and how these sambharas, that is fillings, make the Vedi a miniature earth. Such explanations are very much important to know the ritualistic spirit. His main aim is to show the continuity of thought with certain changed dimensions. It is a view of a group of scholars that the Upanishadic thought is not a reaction to the ritualistic thinking, but the Upanishadic thought is evolved through ritual. Professor Dange not only adheres this thought, but has tried to support it by selecting the Upanishadic passages and explaining his views in a way that conveys the essence of the Upanishadic thought in a simple and accessible language. How to study a Vedic hymn from all angles. Secondly, it is to be adhered that questioning is the key to research. Questions leading students to questions lead students to the vast domain of research. Both these volumes show them how to question. Here, the case of Rodasi may be remembered. What is the relationship of the word Rudra to Rodasi is the question, and he has searched answers for such a question and exemplified how to question. His important guiding principle is Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samupabruhayet. One should interpret the Veda with the help of epics and Puranas. He has never looked at the Indian literature as watertight compartments. He has tried to show the continuity of the Vedic thinking in the customs, beliefs, and practices percolated in the Puranic literature as well as living traditions. I often remember him saying, Vibhet Telpashrutat Vedaha Mamamem Khatayet iti. And this is the most important and inspiring advice. The Sanskrit student understanding of Indian culture is shaped by writings of understanding of a Sanskrit student of Indian culture is shaped by writings of many Indian and Western scholars. To name a few Indians, Professor Velankar, Professor Dandekar, Kashikar, Mahindale, Iravati Karve, etc. We can place Professor Dange with them. Whenever I think loud, I feel that if anybody wishes to understand Indian culture, one should read Professor Dange's work along with the literature of Professor G.A. Kulkarni and Chitrayam Khanolkar. Professor Dange's works explain the theoretical aspect of Indian culture. On the other hand, G.A. Kulkarni explores the deeper meaning of the same culture through stories. Any culture is not linear, it is knotty with many layers. Untying these knots is a duty, it is a task of a Sanskrit scholar. Professor Dange has shown us the path how to make attempts to untie these knots. So let us hope with the blessings of both Professor late S.A. Dange and Professor Mrs. S.S. Dange, we will try to understand our own culture. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam, for such a deep insight into the complex works of Dange sir on Vedas and his practical and logical understanding of Vedic literature at large. Taking examples like Rodasi and Kshipra, she has explained how Dange sir takes readers or students from Vedas to Puranas to Indian mythology to world mythology, a comparative world mythology. It is also fascinating to see how Dange sir manages to be resourceful and interesting to students, teachers, and researchers alike. How he practically teaches state students through how to study Vedic literature, how to question, and how to research to find answers to those very questions. As the day is progressing, we are getting to know more and more about the academic genius of Dange sir. I am very sure many of you might have questions for both our speakers. I request all of you to kindly use the raise hand feature and will allow you to unmute and ask the questions one by one. You can also alternatingly drop the questions in the chat box. And I request you to keep the questions brief, crisp, and to the point so as to allow maximum time to our erudite speakers. So do we have questions? I think you can unmute yourself if you want to ask a question, or drop it in the chat box. Okay. Right now, I don't think there are any questions from the participants.
I have a question to Professor Gauri Mahulikar.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Dr. Mahulikar, you have, hello.
Yes.
You have mentioned the idol, the sun idols with shoes. Okay.
Mm.
And I think it has cast impressions of Indo-Iranian thinking. This is what I have read somewhere.
Yeah, this is from the, because you know the sun worship is also associated with
Yes,
the
yes.
Magha worships, Magha Brahmana worshipping
Yes.
sun idol.
And
Yeah.
it is the
So it
impression.
has-
For,
yes.
So whether it has something to do with the Tvashta has cut the Tvashta has recovered the wound of the sun or not, I don't know.
The Puranas say that Tvashta, while pairing it off, the chopping of the luster, the sun's feet got wounded.
Yes, that is true. But the whether the shoes has something to do with
The shoes have come from the Indo-Iranian. That you are absolutely right.
And
yeah.
even the
Even the sun worship has come to a certain extent from the Indo-Iranian, because they are the Magha Brahmanas. And these Magha Brahmanas are called Daivadnyas or Bhojakas.
Yes.
Daivadnyas in Konkan, right?
Yes. And that's why we do
Bhojakas,
not
they are
find.
not only the worshippers, they are also astrologers. Daivadnya Brahmana are also astrologers.
And that's why we do not find shoes in the Konkan area. Because this may be the reason. Another thing is that the Raiya, Sanya or Randalsa, etc., these are also expressions of, rather these are, you may say, amalgamation of Indo-Iranian culture and Indian culture. Because in Avesta, we have reference to two followers of the sun.
Followers of?
Rashna and something, I don't remember the exact name. Rashna and something. And from that, this Raiya, Sanya and Ranubai, etc. are developed. This is a prevalent view. This is what I think.
There could be different views on this, I'm sure. But then Ashwa motif is associated with Saudhya because she was in the form of mare, and from where Ashwini Kumara were also born. So Ashwa is very much associated with Saudhya.
Yes. That's why Ashwina we have.
Yeah. At some places, you know, there is cow also. Cow motif is also associated. And then it comes, you know, like a Ganagaur, which is a fertility vrata. Yeah, Ganagaur vrata. So there are 2-3 things, you know, assimilated in one.
Assimilation it is.
Yeah. My intention was not to tell the myth, but the motive. So I didn't elaborate on it. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, there is one more question in the chat box, which I think which applies to both the speakers. Manisha Kulkarni wants to ask how the incidents from epics changed in later literature and why. Example of Ahalya or Lakshman Rekha. I think both the speakers can address this.
How it changed?
It is public mind.
Yeah, that is the question.
If I may answer that,
yeah,
if I may answer that, in Ramayana, she is like Nirahara, Vatapksha and all, you know, Anilashana and all that. So it is the life is as good as, or as, I mean, insignificant as a stone. There is no life in it at all. And therefore that Ashmatva is metaphorically imposed. And then in the later literature, you know, like the Kamban Ramayana is also not that late. It is also Prachina only, Tamil Ramayana. And Goswami Tulsidas, of course, in the 14th, 15th century. And therefore, this has come in the psyche because that becomes more dramatic, you know. And the whole episode could be dramatized then, that Ramachandra touching his toe and then Sheila becoming a woman and all that. Especially in the performing arts and all, this dramatic element serves better purpose. And therefore, Ashmatva became, you know, like a rude. And nobody knows now that, you know, hardly people go to original Ramayana, so they know. Oh, so Valmiki also had the same thing, that she was cursed to be a stone. So that has become more popular.
Probably right. Nirmala ma'am, would you like to add anything to this?
No, I think it is the public mind also that it thinks variously, and that is recorded in the literature. As Mahulikar has told, it is the symbolic Ashmatva which is given the actual form of Ashma in the later literature. That is true, but in general, when we speak about the variations of myths, we find that it is the public mind which adds certain elements to the myths, and that's why we find variations of myths.
Right, very true, very true. I hope that answers the question for you, Manisha ji.
Can Varsha madam comment anything in the papers?
Also, that is probably, of course, to.
Yeah, I must say that both the scholars are so well-read, well-known in their fields that I don't have anything to give my remarks on. As I have already stated, Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices, it is a treasure for anybody. It is not only for the Sanskrit scholars, but it is very important for the scholars in humanities and history to refer to them, because they will give you the sources many times in other fields. Like even I have seen some scholars in my own field who have been actually, without reading the sources, have been saying that Manusmriti is bad and everything has been painted, you know, and a lot of class division or something like that. I always feel that they should go to the sources. And today's in today's times, we should go to the sources rather than making very sweeping statements or the passing remarks. And that is why, even if we have just a glance at Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices, the sources which Dr. Dange has given, if we look at them, possibly our eyes will get wide open. And as I said, I have used divine hymns and ancient thought for my research on Yama. And there are quite a few living traditions which need to be reconstructed that way. We say reconstruction of history. I'm more into cultural history, and I feel that all these different cultural practices that have come to us, they need to be understood by the way of anthropology as well, and by the way of the amalgamation of various trends. To say that a particular god was Anarya, to say that so-and-so deity was a Brahmanical deity. I mean, before making some such statements, we have to be very careful, because our whole culture has been all assimilating. And both these scholars have tried to throw light on this aspect of Hinduism as well through these books of Dr. A Dange. And of course, we have to see more from other scholars as well. And I'm sure that they have taken this kind of approach. I'm sure, of course, I mean, because the way these topics are, they are quite appealing to heart and to intellect as well. And we have to understand the whole holistic nature of Hinduism. And that's how these books and the thoughts of Dr. S.A. Dange are very important to all of us. I'm not saying this because he was my father, but when I look at his works objectively, then also I think that whatever mistakes we Indians have committed, being in the colonial past, even today, we are colonial minded, many of us, we have to shed off our own limitations. So this is what I would like to say with regards to these two scholars, very learned papers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. There is one more question in the chat box from Pradyumna Sharma. Even in Valmiki Ramayana and so also in Mahabharata, it is believed that many shlokas are prakshipta, later additions. In this background, how do we reasonably safely conclude what is indeed the thought from the time of the authors of these epics and what are later additions? I think this is a very vast question. Can Dr. Pulikar or Dr. Kulkarni or Dr. Shirgaonkar say something about this?
Hello. There is a science called, scientific approach called textual criticism, which deals with such questions. And if you read the Prolegomena to Mahabharata by V.S. Sukthankar, you will understand how to deal with such prakshipta shlokas.
I hope that answers your question, Pradyumna ji.
Yes,
Are
it
there
does.
any more?
It does. Thank you very much. I would appreciate if you can just type the name of the book that you had mentioned.
Critical
Yes, sure.
edition. Yeah, critical edition
Critical
of
edition
Ramayana and
of the
Mahabharata.
Mahabharata.
Okay.
Critical edition of the Mahabharata, the first volume, the introduction is where you will find
Adi Parva.
Who's the author?
V.S. Sukhthankar's Prolegomena.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. After this amazing intellectual treat, let us break for lunch. We will gather here in about half an hour by about 2 p.m. and continue understanding the unparalleled contribution of Dr. S.A. Dange to Indology. Thank you.
Are we to log off or how is it?
We can continue staying logged in or we can disconnect and reconnect. Both are fine.
All right. Okay. So
Okay.
we shouldn't leave, right?
Yeah, you can just probably just mute and stop the video and
All right.
have your lunch and come back. Sure. Thank you. The presentation. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm unable to show my face, but I think we can just start the presentation. Thank you, Mrinalini, for a kind introduction. I would like to thank Dr. Shakuntala Gawde and Dr. Madhavi Narsalay for inviting me to give this presentation on behalf of Department of Sanskrit and Rtaayana to celebrate the centennial year of Professor S.A. Dange's contribution to Indology. I consider it as my honor to remember him and speak about his work on this day. I would also like to thank my mentor, Professor Sindhu Dange. In fact, both Dr. Dange, S.A. Dange, and S.S. Dange, that is Madam Dange, they have worked together like a team in helping me out to get a PhD. I must tell you that from my biodata, you must have come to know that I don't belong to the Sanskrit department or Sanskrit faculty. And this is where I can see that Dr. Dange's vision to include or to the exclusiveness of his to bring different people from different fields and associate them with the field of culture. So this was an experiment which they had to work very hard with me to get me, because I had only bachelor's degree. From bachelor's degree, they had to promote me to get a PhD. So there was a long drawn process which they have sort of, worked through it. So I'm greatly indebted to them and prepare me for the whole academic process, because I came from the fine art field, which had a very entirely different thinking process altogether. So I feel greatly honored and I have a deep gratitude in my heart for both my gurus for giving me this particular, opening this new field of learning. And this has greatly helped me as well as my husband in opening this field of comparative mythology. So having said this, I just want to say that I met Dr. Dange in 1992, and I was the second batch when this postgraduate diploma in comparative mythology was started. So between 1992 to 1999, my association of 7 years with Professor Dange and Madam Dange has been very exciting and enriching, and they have still remained one of the best years of my life, which has shifted my perspectives in many ways. So within that 7 years, I was able to acquire my PhD in 1999, as Mrinalini mentioned it. And during this period, I was blessed in a way and to associate with 2 of Professor Dange's books. I had drawn few illustrations for the book towards understanding Hindu myths. As I didn't mention it in the thing that I was an illustrator working for Times of India. And so because of that, Dr. Dange asked me to do few illustrations for his books. And secondly, for the last 2 volumes of myths from Mahabharata, which came in 2001 and 2002, I was given the honor of preparing the index for the book. So in such a short period that I was able to associate, and I consider it was my misfortune, because in 1999, in October, I had submitted my thesis and I got my defense done successfully. In September, and in October, Professor Dange was no more with us to help us and guide me. So this was a big loss for me personally, and of course for everybody, because his scholarship, as we learn and we are learning and coming to know how deep his scholarship was. And for last many years, I have been reading and rereading his books, and I get to learn so much. So now, since we have only 20 minutes, we have already delayed this presentation thing for, it got delayed by half an hour or 40 minutes or so. So what I will do is I'll make this presentation in terms of PPT, where I will explain it instead of reading my paper. So the title of the presentation, Contribution of Professor S.A. Dange to Comparative Mythology, and it aims to make a case. Of course, everybody who has spoken before me has spoken consistently about his concern about mythology and how his interest, as someone said, that it was the star subject for him, and postgraduate diploma which he started is the star course in the Department of Sanskrit. So I mean to say, mythology was his interest deep in heart. But what I want to suggest is I want to consider his entire gamut of his research and look at the key points in his research work where he made the major shifts, and all along his research, he has consistently worked towards creating an academic approach. And to me, that word academic approach is the key to his study towards understanding Hindu myths or mythology or comparative mythology. So I feel that all his through his research work, what I am able to, this is my personal observation. So probably Madam Dange might differ with me, but I'm okay. I mean, I'm willing to defend my position, is that the word academic approach was the key to his, and is his key contribution to the study of mythology. I'll just move to the next slide. Oh. Okay. So I think a lot of people have spoken about his repertoire, so I will just briefly touch upon it because Dr. Madhavi in her keynote has detailed it out book by book, award by awards and honors. But what I want to say is that Dange requires no introduction in the field of mythology. His academic achievements itself speak, right from double MA to his D.Litt, shows the wide range of the subjects, languages that he handled, and his repertoire includes the Vedic literature, Vedic ritual, classical dramas, Sanskrit grammar, Vedic Puranic epic mythology, with emphasis on cultural studies. Here I want to highlight and cultural studies as his main thing, because all his interest finally geared down or sort of narrowed to the area of cultural studies in symbolism and folklore narrative. He has more than 20 books, 260 research papers.
Permission is
Hello? Hello?
Ajay sir, please mute the participant.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Vidya madam.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah. So, according to the book edited by Dr. Madam Dange, The Gleanings from Vedic to Puranic Age, which gives you a detailed biographical, which is a wonderful thing that to know, is that he has got more than 27 books, which includes revised editions and 260 research papers during his lifetime. It is my observation that of the 27 books, Professor Dange dedicated 15 books and more than 100 papers to the topic of myths and subjects related to myths, symbolism, and folklore. So if I just take a kind of, an average look at his study, I feel that Professor Dange was always geared towards the study of mythology, and that has been his primary concern. So studies in mythology, everybody knows the names of the books, so I will not repeat them again, but a significant short list. As I said, there are more than 15 books which is dedicated to the study of mythology or concerning or related to mythology, but out of which I find these 3 markers in his study or in his lifetime, where the study of mythology has taken dramatic shifts and he has made a path-breaking observations to the study of mythology in India. And he was one of the foremost scholar on Indian mythology. And I'll take only 3 books for this particular 20 minutes time that I have. So first thing is the Legends in Mahabharata, published. This was his research, PhD research work, published by Motilal Banarsidass in New Delhi in 1969. And then the 3 revised editions which came in the Myths from Mahabharata, Aryan Book International, New Delhi, 97, 2001, and 2002. The second book I would like to take it is the Vedic Concept of Field and Divine Fructification, University of Bombay in 1971. And the third book which I would like to sort of refer to is Towards Understanding Hindu Myths, Aryan Books International, New Delhi, 1996. So So if I just look at the book Legends in Mahabharata, I just want to ask myself that, why did this book, which came as the Legends, it was titled as the Legends in Mahabharata in 1969, it was changed to the myths from Mahabharata. And this itself, for me, was a very intriguing and interesting question. So it sort of, Dange does not use the word myths in his 1969 publication, but in the revised version, the title is changed to Myths from Mahabharata. So what could be the reason? And I'm assuming that in the legends, in the Mahabharata, Professor Dange, as his early studies, is looking at the question of myth and history. This is the key question which all the students of mythology first stumbles upon in their journey, journey towards the academic study of mythology, is whether is myth a history? How do we know the term history and myth together? The problem gets further compounded when the Mahabharata itself is being called as the Itihasa. So, because it is called as iti plus ha plus asa, this happened so, or this was so. So, the first question in 1969, when Professor Dange was dealing with the stories or the myths, he chose to study the question from the point of view of legends. Because, the legend, as he defines it, is mythical account of a real person or a real occurrence. However, the legend has all the characteristics of myths woven around reality. For me, this is a very, very interesting thing, because by choosing to use the word legend and not myth, Dange is also trying to negotiate a space between the real and fictional, and history and myth, interjecting in the epics like Mahabharata, because this is one question which keeps on coming and cropping. So you can see in his early studies, he's also looking at some of the themes or some of the stories from the Mahabharata that may have crossed these two edges of between the real and the fiction and myth and history. So the first book, which came in 1969, is aptly titled as The Legends in Mahabharata. Also, the topics which are chosen, like the example of Garuda Naga legend, he concludes that the legend might have been a reflection, a conflict between the two phratries. So here Dange takes the mythical sort of, narrative, and then he looks at it from the historicity, certain ethnographic data, and how probably a myth, when it gets layered and coated with the historic readings or the, let us say, happenings around, it sort of blends into a legend rather than a myth. So similarly with the Kacha Shukra, because this is the first book is called, in the second edition is called The Quest for Immortality. So in the second motive where he sees is actually, it collates the folk tales. Now this is again a very interesting thing, because Dange advocates, while examining the legends from the epics, we need to consider various trends of assimilation. Madam Mahulikar has already pointed it out very detailed, and since I'm not reading a paper, but I'm just pointing it out, I would like to sort of, point this or highlight this aspect of Professor Dange's research, that he was always considering the various trends of assimilation and integration of various groups and peoples and tribes. And he says that this is beautifully seen in Mahabharata. So again, like, he argues the meaning of Hindu myths does not depend merely on the investigation of Indian or Sanskrit text or sources, These myths have to be compared and contrasted with myths from the other sources, for there are parallels elsewhere. So this is where I can see his methodological directions, where he says that, you know, even if the myth is found in the Vedic context or maybe within in the textual sources, please look at the sources from the folklore, from the tribal sources, from the beliefs and practices. And this, when I understand this, I can understand why he has chosen the projects, the books like the Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices, as Madam earlier has said, that what was so different about this encyclopedia was that it highlighted on the beliefs and the practices. So here you can see his direction of his study towards mythology is don't look at myths only from the textual sources, don't look at it only from the Sanskrit sources, but also look at it from the various many angles that you can to understand a myth. So now the second, by the time the second edition came, it was 30 years later. The first edition came in 1969, whereas the second edition came in 1997, which came as the myths from Mahabharata. And if you, as I've said, that why the name legend to myths was changed was within that period of time, Professor Dange himself had evolved and had formulated his own ideas about mythology. He had gone through various many processes, and he added lot other information and material to the existing edition. And he was looking at, he just didn't want to look at the whole study only from the point of view of myth and history, but wanted to expand his canvas to patterns and symbols. And that is why he probably felt that now it should go from the legend to myths, which encompasses much larger canvas and much larger study. And this is very evident from the second volume, where it is titled Study in Patterns and Symbols, where you can see various tests have been studied, supranormal births have been studied. What is interesting part of this particular thing is that, you know, Dange is constantly asking questions. He is not just trying to show something, you know, that see, look at this, look at this, look at this. But whenever he sort of presents something, he's also asking questions to himself. How to read the meaning of the myth, or how the symbols can be read, and how to collate these symbols and see it as a pattern, or how symbols are suggestive of cultural marker. So I feel this particular book is a very, very key book for the students of mythology or culture from the point of view of a cultural study, because Dange has raised the questions and then he has tried to answer these questions through these patterns and symbols. He never makes a claim that this is what it is, but he is trying to show a way, the way he looks at it. So this is a very interesting thing for me. For example, the tests. Dange takes into account of various tests to understand the pattern seen. So generally, it's not that Professor Dange was the first one to study Indian mythology. There are many, many scholars before him. But I feel what happens in their methodological approach to mythology was to take a particular story and evaluate it within its context. Professor Dange doesn't look at it as a single story. He collates it with the many other stories which might have a similar pattern, which may not be from the same text, which may not be from the same historical time frame, but he looks at it as a pattern. Because one of the reasons I remember when he used to explain it in the class, he says that a myth is not something which gets formulated in a day or a two, but it takes centuries of a cultural understanding and cultural knowledge gets embedded within that story. So in order to understand that story, look at the pattern. So he's here you can see that how he's looking at the tests, at the pattern. And the one example which he has brilliantly sort of, tried to analyze it is the case study of Ogavati. Now, what has happened is that the Ogavati myth is a very controversial myth again, because here it becomes an issue of the sexual hospitality. And Dange has again looked at it as a pattern, and then he has said then, don't look at it only from the narrative point of view, but look at the pattern of it. And then he compares it with the myth of the river and the Agni, and how these two elements come together. One may agree, one may not agree with his interpretation, but at least he has attempted to suggest a meaning towards the myth, which is far more complex than its open narrative. Supranormal births, again, he looks at the various types of births, births outside the womb, births sort of, births from the body fluids, and different aspects of the motives. Now, these are the motives. These are not the symbols, but these are the motives in mythology, where he looks at why could have this come. In the legend in Mahabharata, he suggests that probably this was used to construct the divine histories. Again, as I said, that in his 1969 edition, the first edition, he was looking at it from the historical, what could be, where the history and myth could be interjecting. But I think in the second edition, which came in 2001, he has crossed over those boundaries of the first inquiry and looked at it more from the mythological point of view. Myth, history, folklore, I have already sort of talked about it, so I won't go more in detail. But here you can see the, again, this was a more of it from the legends in Mahabharata. So here you can see that how some of the Sthala Puranas, like, Agastya crossing to the south, he has taken the certain historical and mythical elements to study it, how the mountains grew taller and had wings and things like that. So, a lot of mythological motifs, he was looking at it from the historical point of view. Okay. The second book, which I feel is a key and a major study from the point of view of a mythology or mythological breakthrough for me, is the Vedic concept of field and divine fructification. This book generally is read as a book more of a study of a Vedic rituals. Yes, it is, because Dange at no point claims it, but as an undercurrent, one can see that Professor Dange is tackling not only the problematic or lost hymns from the Vedic text, as Madhavi has mentioned it, and many other speakers have referred to this book, but I personally feel that this book was also his inquiry into mythological studies, because he has beautifully brought the ritual myth theory, which was proposed by Fraser, into in applying that ritual myth theory into solving the riddles of these problematic myths. Also, it was mentioned earlier that Professor Dange always took problematic, he never took an easy path. He always chose to deal with the issues which were difficult. So sexual symbolism was very, very difficult, and he was successfully has shown us that these hymns are connected with the myth and the ritual. These are not hymns which were just somebody's fantasy. So here again, as I said, that he is constantly asking the question. So here he asks the question, what happens when a myth is lost and the ritual is left, or ritual is there, we find ritual, but myth is lost. So how do we deal with this problem? Because Vedas had full of these kind of problems where you could find a hymn, but there was no associated ritual with it. When James Fraser, in his Golden Bough, said that a myth or a legomenon is a thing said, and a dromenon is thing acted, and these are complementary. Professor Dange applied this theory to the Vedic hymns to make a major path-breaking study in the field of mythology, to suggest that even if the myth is lost or a ritual is not thing, we can bring together. The case in the point which has already been discussed is the case of Vrishakapi and Mudgala, bull of Mudgala. Here also he has, whilst going through the book, unfortunately, I would like to mention, if Madam Dange is listening to this talk or presentation, I feel that this book is such a path-breaking book, but it is no longer available in the reprint. I had to go and get a Xerox from the library, very clandestinely get a Xerox copy for my study. So I would suggest, if this book can come as a reprint, it will definitely help the younger scholars to understand Professor Dange's some of the key and important works in the field of Vedic studies, rituals, and mythology. So this is something which I very closely felt that. So some of the, because in this particular book, Dange has come out with very key concepts, some new concepts like field and ritual husband, which was never explained it. And he also believed that how fertility as a charm was used in the ritual science, because basically the Vedics were the pastoral community. He calls it initially as a pastoralism, as Madhavi has mentioned it, but it was basically a fertility charm, and it is consistently been seen throughout his studies, and with the help of mythological theories, he was able to expound it beautifully in a very path-breaking way. Again, sexual symbolism in Vedic myths and rituals need to be read from the point of a homeopathic magic. So again, again, I feel his contribution is to say that do not read sexual narratives in the hymns on a surface level, but go for the contextual level for it. He says Vedic myths should not be studied in isolation, and this is a very key thing which is to keep on hammering us in our classroom, because people used to take the stories and sort of make a reading out of it, making a sensational reading out of it, and it a practice even continues today to a certain extent, that Vedic hymns, because they have a lot of sexual content and sort of narration, it is always been misread rather. So Vedic myths should not be studied in isolation, for many myths are the reflections of rituals provides the key to the meaning. So here again, you can see Dange's own orientation. So this is the second thing where he again takes a shift. In the first way, where he is looking at the myth in the legend, where he's looking at the problem of the myth and history, here he is looking at the ritual myth. So he's expanding the boundaries of how to understand a myth. And towards the understanding Hindu myths, of course, there are many books in between them, but I'm taking this as whilst mapping the journey for my 20 minutes time, that I'm just taking a frog leap to his one of his concluding book, where I found that he has actually found the answers of his own journey, that what he was looking to do with mythology. So I think towards understanding Hindu myths is a kind of a final destination, or rather a journey where he has sort of arrived at certain solutions to himself. I don't know if he had continued it further, probably he would have, but considering that he sort of was no longer, in 1999 he had after his demise, he was not able to continue his journey. So I have to take this as the final point in his quest to understand the meaning of myth. So if I ask myself, what Professor Dange was trying to do with mythology, and I see that, some of the answers in towards understanding Hindu myths, he has answered it himself. He has, as usual, his books were never a kind of solution giver, but always problematizing a question and then trying to solve that riddle. So here again, when you look at the book, as the book sort of is divided into two parts, the first part is called general theories, or the general theories, and the second part is his own analysis towards Hindu myth. Now, what happens is towards in the first part, when you ask this question, what is Professor Dange is trying to do? Why he is so keen on the subject of mythology? And here is some of the things which I find is that in 19th and 20th century, there were many new fields of learning in the folklore and comparative mythology. This was a new field which had arrived in by the colonial, histories, and during the colonial time, when the colonizers were looking at the colonies as a kind of a study, a kind of a lab to understand the culture. Now, new schools of thought began to probe into how to read a myth. So, you must understand, whenever you're doing a project, you must understand what the question that you are starting with. So here I feel that how to read a myth, what is the meaning of a myth, what is the role and the function of a myth. These were the key questions some of the scholars were trying to excavate. And from these questions, you have many theories. You have etymological theory, you have Andrew Lang's anthropological theories, you can have ritual myth theory, you had functionalism, you had psychoanalysis, Strauss is there, of structuralism, a historic method. So, you had array of theories who were trying to address the same question: what is myth, what is its meaning, what is its function. And probably Dange was also looking at how to understand and how to systematically understand Hindu myth. And these theories were very exciting for him. They were very useful because, as I suggested, that he was constantly using these theoretical structures to understand and apply it within the Indian context, within the Vedic and epic and Puranic context. So he writes, the aim in writing this book is to take a note and re-examine some of the most important theories. So here is the key. He was on a lookout for a theoretical structure, because all the studies before him, all the scholars, all the reputed scholars, there are very big names in the thing, they were mostly using the etymological school. It was a very traditional school here and there, but there was no systematic approach to this or a theoretical approach to the study of myths. So during the present century, and explore the feasibility of applying them to understanding Hindu myths. I'm quoting Professor Dange as it is from the book. So you can see what Professor Dange was, his quest was to understand. And you can see that in this book, he has finally managed to create an academic structure for study of mythology, which is his key contribution to the study of mythology in India, according to me. He desperately wanted that myths should be studied in an academic, in a university format, or on a university platform. And if we want to study it in a university, it has to be academic. It cannot be from the religious or a popular methodology. So his search or his journey or a quest towards the study of mythology, it ended with this book, according to me. So now just last two slides. Am I transgressing the time frame, Mrunalini? Hello?
Ma'am, you go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, I just need 5 to 10 minutes because I know we are already running behind the schedule. So the methodological dilemma. So no, having said that, having presented the theoretical structures as an analytical tool to understand the meaning of myth, Dange himself was aware that no one theory can open sesame. So as I said that, Dange was not a person, not a scholar, and that's why he was so different and so ahead of his time and such a visionary that he would feel satisfied with whatever he has achieved or whatever he has found, or he would not gloat over his achievements. So he was completely aware that although he is trying to create an academic structure for the study of Hindu myths, he knew that there is not a easy answer. It's not like Aladdin's lamp where you rub the thing and like a magic a theory will give you the solution. So he himself does not come up with any theory. He does not propose any new theory of his own to for this problem, because when we say that there is no single solution to there is no single theory or which can give an answer to the problem of myth, he himself does not come up with a solution. In fact, he adopts an hybrid approach, which was actually suggested by Wendy Doniger O'Flaherty in her book, Toolbox Approach. What is a toolbox approach? Now, toolbox approach is like a mechanic who goes with the various tools and uses different tools to open the machine. He says that one single tool is not enough to open the machine. So he says that myth, which is a cultural entity or a cultural thing which has come to us over a period of time, which has got layered and coated with historic time, with so many layers of memory, it gets slightly covered up. And in order to excavate it, or rather clean it up and to go to the core of the myth, you must have different tools. At one time, if you use one, the other time you use the other. So he sort of accepts toolbox theory as the most, the best tool approach to study the myths. So that is the kind of, the toolbox approach that he suggests. And the second half of in that understanding Hindu myths, he has applied the toolbox approach towards understanding some of the key things, his own understanding. So you can see that many times he uses the structuralism, he uses etymological school, he uses. Now, my question is the toolbox approach a comprehensive solution to the problem of solving the meaning of myth? Probably not. Because Dange himself admits the meaning of myth is often elusive, like the nature of the absolute. About the meaning suggested here in the pages follow, scholar could say, no, not this, neti, na iti. So I'm just giving a solution, probably veti, va iti, that I'm giving you some answers and I hope they are right. So Professor Dange, as he was a man of a sort of, he was an adventurer. I would call him as an adventurer. He was a risk taker. He was a scholar of, he was a seer. Somebody said that, he was a seer. That he himself was aware of the pitfalls that probably even my answers may not take you to the end journey, but it's a journey which sort of continues to, it's a myth is such an elusive issue that it needs to be still further explored. And what I'm just giving you is probable solution. So this also shows his humbleness as a scholar. Most of the scholars do not admit such things. That I may not be correct. And I would like to add one my personal experience with Professor Dange, that when this particular book came in was published, he gave me a copy of it By the way, Madam Dange and Professor Dange has given most of his books as gifts to me. So I'm greatly sort of, indebted to their gesture, because they are treasure troves, much more than my physical assets that I may have. So when he gave me the book, he said something, that he said that he used to never say tu for anybody. तुम्ही हे बघा आणि वाचून त्याच्यातल्या चुका काढा. So I was quite stunned. I said a scholar like him is asking me to find problems. So, sir, I said, sir, मला कसं कळणार? मला तुमच्या एवढं ज्ञान नाहीये. So he just laughed. He had a peculiar laugh. Those who have interacted, met him personally, his wit and his kind of, he's that peculiar laugh. Nobody can forget that. So, he said that, sometimes he said, sometimes the solutions come in the most unexpected manner. And this is something which has remained with me, that as a scholar, one cannot assume that you know everything, but you have to throw it open to the most person who may be most sort of, unassuming, can point out something and show you the way. So that was his humbleness as a scholar, which I will never forget. So I think I will conclude this by just sort of recapping some of the contributions according to me. So what was his contribution to the comparative mythology? And I've used the word not mythology, but comparative mythology, because that is where Professor Dange said that myths should be, according to him, comparative mythology was the way, because it was a cultural study. He looked at myths not from the religious point of view. It was a cultural study. Even when he was studying the Vedic myths like Vrishakapi and the horse sacrifice, the Ashwamedha, he never made it look like a religious, he never treated the material like a religious study, but it was more of a cultural study. And that, I think, it set the tone of his whole body of his scholarship. Myths could not be studied, as I said, that myths should not be, because it is a lot of younger scholars tend to take the myths as a story and look at it and try to analyze the story, which tend to, so instead look at it holistically, look at it from the comparative angle. So these are some of his key things which come to my mind. Dange's inquiry into myths was not just limited to the meaning of myths, but it was nuanced, in-depth approach to understanding myth. So he was not looking at myth like any other scholar, but he was constantly trying to probe that study of mythology from various angles. What if the two myths are showing similar form or a similar narrative? Will the meaning be the same? He has made a beautiful discussion and a very discursive, detailed discussion in the book called Form and Meaning. So like this, he has taken the problems and he has discussed it. Dange was the first scholar, as I said, for me, he's first scholar to introduce an academic approach. I'm very happy to say this, that, I have been invited by many autonomous universities like Xavier's College in Bombay, which is an autonomous college, if I'm not mistaken. I gave them 2 courses, 1 credit course, it was on mythology. So plus, we have submitted in Goa University to take an credit-based courses in mythology, and we are given them a kind of a academic study of mythology. I was also approached by some scholars from Jalgaon or somebody, I don't know from where, but they approached me saying that, they are very keen to start a course in comparative mythology in certain colleges there. So in short, I think the credit should go to Professor Dange for sort of, creating this kind of awareness and slowly introducing mythology as an academic topic. I think he was entirely a pioneer in this field, and he should be acknowledged for that. As I said, I will conclude as a visionary and a scholar of repute. Dange's books have opened possibilities. I don't think they are just textbooks or anything. They are open-ended books. As I said, that he himself used to probe the question, and he used to keep it very open. He would never say, this is it, this is it. He would say, probably this is it. So, there are, I would suggest that there is a lot of scope for the younger generation to look at his books and explore the topic in his own way. I would like to end here because I would like to thank everybody. And again, I would like to thank Dr. Madam Sindhu Dange for giving me this, changing my life for good. So this is a great opportunity. And again, I must say that I'm the only odd person here because all of you are from the Sanskrit department and I come from a field. This is again Professor Dange's a way of sort of, integrating and assimilating people from the various fields to the study of mythology. So I have a deep gratitude, and I would like to fold my hands and say, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for such an amazing exposition, ma'am. You have very beautifully discussed Dr. Dange's foresight in understanding the significance of mythology in general and of comparative mythology in particular, starting from the words legend and myth in the title of Myths from Mahabharata to the critical evaluation of towards understanding Hindu myths. His toolbox approach, a very systematic, methodical, theoretical, but practical approach to understanding myths using various research perspectives and tackling different difficult themes like pastoral or sexual symbolism, and yet be humble enough to say veti was very, very beautifully explained. It was amazing also to see an artist be so fascinated, influenced, indebted to the works of a pure core academician like Dr. Dange. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next speaker in the session is our very own Dr. Shakuntala Gawde. She is the head and assistant professor in the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. Was the coordinator for the section of World Religion and Philosophy, that is Jagatik Dharma and Tattvajnan for Marathi Vishwakosh Mandal. She is engaged in teaching and research of Sanskrit and allied subjects for more than a decade now, and is a resource person for courses on Upanishads, leadership science, and aesthetics. She conducts sessions on film and philosophy for easy understanding of philosophy through films. Her areas of interest include Vedanta, religious studies, Puran studies, and aesthetics. Has 35 plus publications, including a co-edited book, articles in national international journals, chapters in books and encyclopedias, and much more. Completed the project on Bhagavata Purana under the auspices of fellowship conferred by Heras Institute of Indian History and Culture, St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, and Sir Durabjit Tata Trust. She was invited as a visiting faculty to Kelaniya University, Sri Lanka in 2017. Has also completed a project on Govardhan Mahatmya as a minor research project under University Grants Commission. Also received Academistan's Young Teacher of the Year award last year, 2021. She will be talking about myths from the Mahabharata. I request her to begin her session. Dr. Shakuntala Gawde.
Namo Namaha. Thank you, Mrunal, for the kind introduction. So I will be speaking on the 3 volumes, Myths from the Mahabharata. The topic I have chosen is a way and method of Professor S.A. Dange while understanding Mahabharata. Because these 2 volumes deal with a vast kind of data and a rigorous analysis. So the topic which I have chosen is the way and the method of Professor S.A. Dange while understanding Mahabharata. Mahabharata is considered as itihasa, having grand narrative structure with akhyanas and upakhyanas. Though it is mainly the story of war between Kauravas and Pandavas, many other elements are added into the grand narrative as a process of compilation. It encompasses didactic tales, myths and legends, historical incidences, folklores, customs, etc. As we are aware, unlike modern norms, Mahabharata has unique style to narrate itihasa. Many a times, narratives are miraculous and encrypted, which needs deconstruction. Indian as well as Western scholars and even common people have keen interest in the Mahabharata. Various akhyanas and upakhyanas were originally narrated by Vyasa Vaishampayana, and the same were collected and faithfully preserved in the Sutta tradition and narrated by Sauti Ugrashravas to the sages. Sutta is therefore generally considered as the last and the final editor. Dange's research on Mahabharata was first published in the form of book Legends in the Mahabharata, as we have known in earlier presentation. But it got later on published in 3 volumes known as Myths from the Mahabharata. So first volume is Quest for Immortality. This volume discusses about the legends of Garuda, known as Sauparna Akhyana, which forms the part of Astika Parvan in the Adi Parva, legend of Kacha and Shukra, and very popular legend of Samudra Manthana. All 3 deal with the common theme of gaining immortality. Second volume is about the study in patterns and symbols. There are 2 major themes in this book, namely tests and supranormal birth. In the test, he has taken tests taken of the disciples, test having didactic aspect, and also the test having sexual motive. Supranormal births discusses births from external semen and symbolic womb, births from fluids and other parts of the body, delayed pregnancies and striking births. Volume 3 is to explore Itihasa records. He probes in early Dain history and folklore. Here myths in Dain history. He has discussed about the daughter of the sun god and Agastya. Myth of Sagara, ocean, and advent of Ganga is discussed in myths and early history. Metamorphosis and miscellaneous myth having facets of death, didactic tales, etc. also form part of this. Now about the title. Again, it was discussed in earlier presentation, so I will briefly deal with this. Term myths and legends are well explained by Professor A Dange in his book Towards Understanding Hindu Myths. Here the title Myths from Mahabharata connotes the broader sense. Legend is a mythical account of a real person or of a real occurrence. However, legend has all the characteristics of a myth woven around a reality. In these 3 volumes, Dange differentiates elements of history which are shrouded in myths. As said by Professor A Dange, myths and folktales are deeply rooted in tradition. They are living monuments of thoughts, convictions, faith, and fancies of people and tribes, some of which are non-existent in present time. They are also a sort of key to the development of religion. They get gradually fattened up as time passes, and sometimes it is difficult to know what exactly was at the bottom of many of these, or if there be any truth at the lowest level of these, what exactly it was. This gives rise to guesses and requires careful comparative investigation to interpret and understand them. It throws light on the perspective of Professor Dange towards Mahabharata. Today, many people use myth in different senses. Sometimes it is misinterpreted. Dr. Dange has clarified the meaning of the word myth and legend in his book Towards Understanding Hindu Myths, and it can be noted that though myth cannot be recorded, myth cannot be true as it is recorded, but definitely some principle underlies in it. Therefore, while translating in Marathi also, he translates myth as Purakatha or legend as Puravrutta, and he avoids the words like mithaka, because it is not that myth is completely false. There is some principle which is needed to be decoded. Therefore, many narratives from the Mahabharata, though based on certain real incidences from the hoary past, fictitious elements are mixed up while getting transmitted through tradition. Now let us understand the key points of his methodology. So first of all, theories and application. A Dange has analyzed method of understanding myths in his book Towards Understanding Hindu Myths. He not only considered Indian methodology of textual criticism, but has analyzed Western theories as well. He analyzed functionalism, structuralism, nature myth theory, ritual myth theory, psychoanalytical theory, anthropological perspective, etymological perspective, etc. But rather than sticking to one approach, he has adopted toolbox approach. Myths are multifaceted and multidimensional in nature, and therefore appropriate theory should be adopted as per the necessity. So his book, Towards Understanding Hindu Myths, literally provides or acts as a pretext in order to understand his writings. The next is text and context. As Professor Dange was a scholar of Indology and expert of Vedic literature and Puranas, he analyzes myths from Mahabharata in the light of these texts. While understanding Mahabharata, he first traces it back to Vedic tradition and check all possible counterparts, parallels, and reflections in Sanskrit literature, including Ramayana, Puranic sources, Buddhist literature, sculptures, wherever necessary. As said by Dange, many myths and legends in the epics have their roots in the Vedic literature. They attain larger frame in Mahabharata and also gets mixed up with other myths. For example, he traces the myths of Garuda bringing nectar to Rigveda. Then he traces the myth from Taittiriya Samhita, Kathaka Samhita, Aitareya Brahmana, Tandya Mahabrahmana, Shatapada Brahmana, Maitrayani Samhita, Shatapada Brahmana of Kanava recension. It helps to understand how Vedic Suparna got identified with non-Vedic Garuda and later on got amalgamated in Vaishnavism, becoming the vehicle of Vishnu. Samudra Manthana, popularly known legend from Mahabharata, can be decoded only when Vedic context is understood. Otherwise, it just remains as fantabulous story. Idea of the churning of the ocean is traced back to Vedic passages where Soma, spoken as Amruta, is said to be rising up to heaven from Samudra, which is the name for the Soma vessel. It is also referred as Kalasha. Mahabharata also mentions the name of ocean as Kalasha. The mountain is a change form of pressing stones called Adri or Giri. The juice of the Soma plant pressed into the vessel of Soma seems to have suggested the idea of various fluids dripping into the ocean from the mountain Mandara. Professor Dange quotes multiple Vedic references wherein release of waters and release of the sun is mentioned together. Sayana understands twofold meaning of the word Samudra, the aerial ocean, and the sun. Samudram antarikshanamaitat yadva samudra adityaha. Mahabharata has many instances of supernatural births. Dange aptly calls them supranormal births. While understanding supranormal births from different bodily parts or fluids of the body, Dange traced it back to the Purusha Sukta. He says that archetype of all such accounts is the Purusha Sukta of the Rigveda. Great cosmic Purusha having 1,000 heads, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 feet creates another Purusha through the Viraja. This second Purusha is offered in Yajna and creation takes place from his limbs. On the similar lines, there is a birth of Mandhata from Yuvanashva's left side, the left side being symbolic of woman suggests the womb. Birth of Ashwins from the nose of Saujanya, where nose symbolizes vagina. Balarama and Krishna are born to Rohini and Devaki out of the white and black hair of the Narayana. Dange concludes here that belief seems to be that any part of the living body has a capacity to produce, especially when created person is of higher status. The next is his comparative approach. A Dange has used cross-cultural study as a tool to reconstruct myths from the Mahabharata. He compared and contrasted Mahabharata myths with the myths from other cultures, even outside India. It is not possible to understand Mahabharata in isolation. Not only this, but he also established that how certain patterns, symbols, stories are universal in nature. While explaining Samudra Manthana myth, he also cites the reference of Egyptian goddess Nut, represented by a figure in which band of stars is accompanied by a stream band of waters. Tortoise has peculiar role of main support of the churning staff in the Samudra Manthan myth. A Dange interprets tortoise as a symbol of creative power. A live tortoise is placed in the altar, which is the representation of earth. This can be seen in Shatapat Brahmana, where in the Agni Chayana ritual, the altar has 5 layers, and tortoise is placed in the lowest layer. Dange here refers to the myth from Birhar tradition, according to which the primeval waters first produce a lotus through the stalk of which the Sun Lord ascended to the top. And having taken his position on the full-blown petals of the lotus, he caused earth to be brought out to him by tortoise. Then Dange quotes A. Lang, who referring to Risley says that Jagannath Kumars of Orissa have the tortoise as one of the totems. From this, it seems probable that some ancient inhabitants of this land believed in tortoise as the great creator. And when the belief got assimilated into Vedic religion, the tortoise was identified with Vishnu and Prajapati. Professor Dange cites appropriate references from living tradition or contemporary culture or belief system. While doing so, he explains the significance of certain traditions which are followed today. It helps us to understand the change and continuity of the religion. Again, while unfolding the symbology of tortoise in Samudra Manthan, he says that figure of tortoise is at the central place. It's a common feature of the Hindu temple. Generally, it is located in front of the main shrine. It is also the feature of some Balinese temples, where whole structure of the temple rests on the figure of tortoise. Similar to this, Vasuki is a world serpent symbolizing creation. According to Dange, the myth of Samudra Manthana have its roots in Vedic literature, particularly in the sacrificial ritual of praising the Soma. The original idea got influenced by the popular belief about creation, and the whole account got a bit fashioning up when it was actually incorporated in the Mahabharata. Then, next point is about the commentators and predecessors. S. A. Dange has well studied his predecessors and their viewpoints from rational perspective. He accepts and rejects their standpoints based on his own textual analysis. In the volume 1, he mentions previous studies taken by Sukthankar, Oldham, Zimmer, Gonda on the Mahabharata. In the Garuda myth, Nagas are carried by Garuda to Ramaniyaka. Here, he has well analyzed the views of predecessors. For example, about the Ramaniyaka, the place Ramaniyaka, Father Heras understands this as invasion of Egypt by Nagas under a ruler who belonged to Garuda tribe. Dange rules out this possibility because it is based on the argument that Ramaniyaka is Al-Rahmaniya, based on the similarity of sound. Oldham's view is that Ramaniyaka is a Malabar coast. Dange says that Ramaniyaka cannot be the village of North Egypt, nor it can be identified with the Malabar coast. He gives importance to the description in the Mahabharata text itself and the view of commentator. Ramaniyaka is said to be the midst of ocean, Samudra Kukshav. It is to be noted that it is an island. Commentator Neelakantha also understands this meaning. Ramaniyakam Dvipa Visheshakam. He says that it can be identified with Nicobar, the ancient Nakkavaram or Nakrapuram, known as Nagadvipam, with the observation that Nagas and Makaras are interchanged in sculptures. He could deduce that Nakkavaram is Nagapuram because Nakra means Makara. So, Mahabharata mentions that Nakrapuram was created by Vishwakarma for Makaras or Nakras. Later, it was populated by Naga clans when Naga carried by Garuda went there for the first time. Next is his scientific temperament. Interpretation of myth of Sagara and the Gangavatarana is the best example to understand the scientific temperament of Professor Dange in understanding the whole text of Mahabharata. Sagara performs horse sacrifice. Sagara's 60,000 sons searching for lost horse, digging the part of the earth to reach the nether region. These are all important elements of this myth. In the myth of Gangavatarana, the ocean area dug up is said to be Purvottara Desha, that is northeast area, indicating the eastern sea of Bengal wherein falls the Ganga. According to Dange, the part of the ocean in its northeastern quarter, the modern Bay of Bengal near the coast, was shallow and had almost dried up. This part might have been dug up by 60,000 sons of kings who were maybe probably the subjects or workers employed by the king Sagara, who were engaged in this work. So it was this region that was to be filled with the river Ganga. Bhagiratha goes to Kailasa to request Shiva, but Shiva asked Bhagiratha to request Ganga to come down from Trivishtapa. Now Trivishtapa means actually heaven. S.A. Dange says that it could be the region familiar to us, that is Tibet, because Trivishtapa was later on it became Tivitta or Tibetta and then Tibet. It indicates that Ganga was locked in Himalayan ranges and heaven just above and to the north of Himalayas. Shiva, along with Bhagiratha, accompanied by mighty attendants, which clearly suggests that Bhagiratha took an army of skilled workers. He led the Ganga to fill up the dried sea. The mega project of Sagara was ultimately completed by Bhagiratha. Elements of horse sacrifice is again a riddle. Element of horse sacrifice, horse getting lost, and role of Kapila are purely mythical elements fused in the Itihasa element. It is just that covering of horse sacrifice is used to narrate the Itihasa. Horse sacrifice is usual ploy in mythical events, which also can be found in Ramayana, because the horse sacrifice became very rare from the epic period onwards. So it is just added in order to extol a king or the holy place. Even while interpreting supranormal verse, he avoids any far-fetched interpretation, but always interprets with the scientific temperament of a true researcher. In a comparative approach, he has used always a tool to deconstruct myths from Mahabharata. He compared and contrasted Mahabharata myths with the myths from other cultures, even outside India. While explaining, for example, again, one more example, we have seen one example of Samudra Manthana. There is a reference, it is in the test, the chapter section on the test. There is a reference that Uttanka noticing on the way two women weaving a cloth with white and dark threads with the machine. The machine itself being set on a wheel, having 12 spokes and being rotated by 6 boys. Two women names Dhata and Vidhata weave the span of time. Dange traces this motif to Rigveda. The dawn and the night are said to weave spread and rewind the spread of threads. He went on comparing this motif from ancient mythologies of other cultures as well. The Egyptian goddess Nith held in her hand a shuttle symbolizing the continuity of life. The Syrian goddess had a distaff, a cleft stick for weaving. The 3 sisters in Greek mythology weave the life web in the abyss of Demogorgon. The female attendants of the Aztec goddess of love are shown as spinning and weaving. In Japan, Amaterasu, the daughter of the sun, was a weaving girl. The concept thus seems to be deep-rooted, and that too universally, in the human mind, in the human mind, and therefore it can be found in many cultures as well, and it is also there in the Mahabharata. So approach of comparative analysis provides him a way to understand the common pattern of human psyche. Then there is observance of social history. Again, we can take the example of Garuda myth. According to A Dange, myth of Garuda is the assimilation of two different deities, Suparna of Vedic tradition and Garuda of non-Vedic. He did not again accept the opinions of Carpentier and Oldham, who believed that the Naga and Garuda were two different tribes antagonistic to each other. He considers them as complementary rivals. The Garuda and Nagas were two phratries of the same tribe. Garuda was a deity of snake charmers, but was not separate group, but a part of Nagas. He also cites the evidence of sculptures from Khemra. There are certain figures of Garuda showing the ultimate oneness of these two and hinting at the Garuda serpent motif, which supports the twofold division of the society. So as far as possible, he has shown wherever there is integration, assimilation through his socio-cultural approach. He is a true researcher and Indologist. Away from any prejudices and preconceived notions, Professor Dange had impartial approach towards study. While explaining the births of Kauravas, he rightly identifies the mythical elements from the accounts, particularly the number 100. He says that number Shatam cannot be taken exact. The number is typo-mythical, like that of 60,000 sons of Sagara, etc. It suggests many. He understands the myth from jar womb symbolism perspective. The birth of Kauravas, he has understood that the jars are symbolic of womb. Then another myth about the couple Oghavati and Sudarshana, in which the Oghavati, the wife, was offered to a guest as a sexual hospitality. This poses a problem in interpretation. Professor Dange says that this problem of sexual hospitality could be solved on the basis of Kaimutika Nyaya. That is, Kim Uta, what if, means when even a wife is offered. This is to glorify that the practice of offering hospitality, this is to glorify the practice of offering hospitality to the guest. It is said in Shankayana Gruhya Sutra and that Brahmana guest not receiving proper hospitality in his house takes away merit of his good works. Maitrayani Samhita propounds that hospitality should be provided by a wife. This is the reason why Oghavati was assigned the work of Atithya. So, according to Dange, this can be taken as the Arthavada, example of Arthavada for glorifying the Vidhi of hospitality. Every time he discerned Itihasa elements from Mahabharata and explained how the mythical elements got mixed up. So he is not doing any far-fetched interpretation at all, keeping the scientific temperament intact. So to sum up, Professor S. A. Dange has immense contribution to the field of Indology by his studies on Mahabharata. He has propounded any interpretation with the thorough textual analysis of the text and rigorous analysis of his predecessors. He used intertextuality, paratextuality, hypotextuality, architextuality, metatextuality, all the tools of narrative analysis. He has used approach of structuralism to do the rigorous analysis of all the versions of the myth available. His perspective was to understand socio-cultural history and establish the link between ancient literature and living tradition. He has exemplified how the text can be interpreted with holistic approach. I did not have the fortune to personally meet Professor Dange, but I have known him through his books. I feel like he is a torchbearer of methodology to solve the riddle of ancient text, and Mahabharata is one of the examples. So thank you very much. Here I stop.
Thank you so much for a wonderful session, Dr. Shakuntala. She explained the way and method of Dr. S. A. Dange in understanding Mahabharata very beautifully. to note a few points. He has used a combination of Indian and Western theories, which were otherwise used only in literature and aesthetics. He understands the text and context and then interprets myths in that light. Using a cross-cultural study or comparative mythology has been a key feature, or understanding the significance of folk culture or the contemporary ideas. Overall, a critical understanding and use of commentators and his predecessors. So also the scientific temperament and overall holistic approach. Thank you very much, Dr. Shakuntala, for a wonderful exposition. Next speaker for today is Dr. Vaishali Dapke. She has close to 30 years of rich experience in undergraduate teaching and as well almost a decade of postgraduate teaching experience in various academic institutions. Kirti College, Women's College, Wilson College, Mumbai University, KKSU. She's currently the head of the Department of Sanskrit in Rtaayana Autonomous College. She's also a guide for PhD and MPhil, and several students have already acquired their degrees. Presentation of 11 research papers in state, national, and international seminars, and 15 published articles to her credit. She has co-authored 3 books, all of which have gone in multiple editions. Chala Sanskrit Shikuya, Shankaracharyanse Yogadan, and Gayatri Paramo Mantra are her books. She has 150 plus articles published in popular magazines, has completed 2 research papers, 2 research projects, titled Stotras of Shankaracharya, a critical study submitted to the Asiatic Society of Mumbai, and a minor research project titled Bhasad Stage, which was sanctioned by the University Grants Commission in Pune. She is a member of Board of Studies of Sanskrit for University of Mumbai and Ramnarayana College, Matunga. She participates in the syllabus and editorial committees of both SSC and HSC boards. Today, she will be discussing the celebrated Marathi work of Dr. A Dange, Hindu Dharma and Tattva. I welcome you, madam, and request you to commence your talk. Dr. Vaishali Dapke.
Dhanyavad, Mrunalini. I will be talking about Hindu Dharma and Tattvajnan. The book being written in Marathi, I would like to present my observations about the book in Marathi. Ajnana timirandhasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurum militam yena tasmai shri gurave namaha. Am I audible, Mrunalini?
Yes, ma'am. Clearly audible and also visible.
Yes. Thank you. प्रत्यक्ष पुस्तकाकडे जाण्याच्या पूर्वी थोडंसं सरांविषयी आणि बाईंविषयी. मी बाईंकडे PhD करत होते आणि त्या दरम्यान कधीतरी बाईंकडे माझं जाणं होत असे आणि त्या निमित्ताने मी सरांना पाहिलेलं आहे. म्हणजे तत्पूर्वी सेमिनार्स मध्ये वगैरे सर असायचे, पण इतक्या मोठ्या व्यक्तीशी बोलण्याचं धाडसही नव्हतं तेव्हा. माझ्या समोर त्यामुळे सरांची मूर्ती आहे, ती नेहमी त्यांच्या घरामध्ये स्टडी टेबल शी ते बसलेले असायचे आणि सतत त्यांचं वाचन आणि लिखाण सुरू असायचं. दुसरी एक सगळ्यांनाच ज्यांनी सरांना जे भेटलेत त्यांना माहित असलेली गोष्ट की कितीही लहान व्यक्ती समोर असेल तरी ते कधी तिला किंवा असं म्हणत नसत, अहोज आहो असं हाक मारत असत, असं संबोधत असत. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे मी आज तुमच्या समोर आहे त्याचं कारण निश्चितच डांगे मॅडम आहेतच, कारण त्या माझ्या गाईड होत्या. परंतु एक काळ असा आला होता मी रिसर्च करत असताना की वैयक्तिक कारणामुळे मला असं वाटलं की मला पुढे माझी डिग्री पूर्ण करता येणार नाही आणि ते सगळं सांगण्यासाठी मी बाईंकडे गेले होते आणि मी बाईंशी सगळं बोलले. बाईंनी समजावून सांगितलं, पण मी अगदी हटूनच बसले होते, त्या काही म्हणाल्या नाहीत. आणि अगदी मी निघणार तितक्यात सर म्हणाले की मी मगाचपासून ऐकतोय की मला PhD सोडायचंय असं तुम्ही म्हणताय, पण तुम्ही अजिबात असं करू नका, तुम्ही अभ्यास करा, होईल तुमच्या हातनं. आणि मग तो शब्द मला अजिबात मोडवला नाही आणि तेव्हा मी म्हणून माझं PhD पूर्ण झालं. एरवी माहित नाही पूर्ण झालं असतं की नाही. त्यानंतर सुद्धा गेले असताना अधेमध्ये क्वचित सरांची कधीतरी म्हणजे बोलण्याचा ची संधी मिळाली, पण एरवी ते सतत एखाद्या ज्ञानरत योग्याप्रमाणे सतत अभ्यास करत असताना मी पाहिलेलं आहे. PhD ला सुरुवात करताना त्यांनी मला एक सूचना केली होती की अभ्यास करताना आपली बैठक जमवायला लागते. मला कळलं नाही म्हणजे काय म्हणायचं होतं. ते म्हणाले, तुम्ही कुठलंही पुस्तक अगदी दिवाळी अंक घेऊन बसलात तरी चालेल, पण 3 तास एका ठिकाणी बसण्याची सवय, कमीत कमी 3 तास बसण्याची सवय तुम्हाला असायला हवी, तरच तुम्हाला PhD व्यवस्थित पूर्ण करता येईल. तर अशा क्वचित प्रसंगी अतिशय महत्वाच्या सूचना सरांनी केल्या होत्या आणि मी म्हटलं तसं आज मी तुमच्या समोर आहे त्याचं केवळ कारण सर आहेत. माझं थिसिस लिहित असताना विद्या कामत सांगितल्याप्रमाणे हिंदू धर्म आणि तत्वज्ञान ह्या पुस्तकाची कॉपी मला मॅडमनीच दिली होती आणि त्याचा पुष्कळ उपयोग मी माझ्या थिसिस मध्ये विशेषतः ब्राह्मण वाङ्मयावरचा जो चॅप्टर होता तो लिहिताना मला त्याचा खूप उपयोग झाला. या व्यतिरिक्तही इतर पुष्कळ साहित्य वाचलं, पण हे पुस्तक म्हणजे त्या विषयात प्रवेश करून देणारं असं होतं. मुळात ब्राह्मण वाङ्मय समजून घ्यायचं तर काय दृष्टी हवी ती या पुस्तकातनं मला मिळाली आणि म्हणून असं वाटलं की या पुस्तकाविषयी आपण थोडंसं बोलावं. अतिशय प्रसिद्ध असं हे सरांचं पुस्तक आहे. गेले 5-6 दिवस पुन्हा एकदा हे पुस्तक मी वाचतेय, बोलायचं या निमित्ताने. हिंदू धर्म आणि तत्वज्ञान ही जे महाराष्ट्र विद्यापीठ ग्रंथ निर्मिती मंडळ नागपूर यांनी 1973 साली त्याची पहिली आवृत्ती प्रकाशित केली आणि क्षणे क्षणे यत नवताम उपैती तदैव रूपम रमणीयतायाः असा एक अनुभव पुन्हा एकदा मला आला. म्हणजे हे काही पहिल्यांदा नाहीये, मी कित्येक वेळा पुस्तक वाचलंय. स्वतः MA चा अभ्यास करताना हे पुस्तक थोडंसं वर बघितलं होतं. तेव्हा परीक्षार्थी होतो, त्यामुळे परीक्षेला लागेल तितकंच त्यातनं घ्यायचं या दृष्टीने. आणि वैदिक साहित्याचा इतिहास आणि अभ्यास करताना त्यातल्या काही भागांचा उपयोग निश्चितच झाला होता. त्यानंतर BA MA ला शिकवायला लागल्यावर हा ग्रंथ किंवा हे पुस्तक आणि तेव्हाच PhD करत होते, त्यामुळे ते अगदी साध्यंत वाचलं. पुन्हा एकदा भारतीय विद्या या विषयात MA करत असताना जरा वेगळ्या दृष्टिकोनातनं धर्मतत्वज्ञान समजून घ्यायच्या दृष्टीने अधिक सखोल पद्धतीने या ग्रंथाचा पुन्हा एकदा वाचन केलं. काही आवडलेल्या गोष्टी पुन्हा वाचल्या आणि मी म्हटलं तसं प्रत्येक वेळेला हा अनुभव येतो की प्रत्येक वेळेला पुस्तक वाचतं तेव्हा एक वेगळा प्रकाश डोक्यात पडतो, काहीतरी वेगळं समजतं आणि काहीतरी नवीन मिळाल्याची जाणीव होत राहते. आता कोणी म्हणेल संदर्भ ग्रंथ जो अभ्यासाचा तो रमणीय असतो का? पण खोल रुजलेला आणि प्रचंड विस्तारलेला हिंदू धर्म सरांच्या पुस्तकातून समजून घेताना मी म्हणते त्याप्रमाणे प्रत्येक वेळी काहीतरी नवं मिळतं आणि ऋष्यामीचे मुहुर्मुहुर ही अनुभूती येते. ह्या पुस्तकाचं वैशिष्ट्य म्हणजे ह्याला 3 पुरस्कार मिळालेले आहेत. केसरी मराठा ट्रस्टचा पुरस्कार, महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा धर्म आणि तत्वज्ञान या विभागातील पुरस्कार या पुस्तकाला मिळालेला आहे आणि पुणा युनिव्हर्सिटीचा नचिकेळकर पुरस्कार या पुस्तकाला मिळालेला आहे. असं म्हणावं असं वाटतं की वैदिक काळापासून आणि त्यापूर्वीपासूनही ते अगदी आतापर्यंत सतत प्रवाहशील असलेल्या हिंदू धर्माच्या स्वरूपाचा अभ्यास करताना या धर्मातील धार्मिक स्वरूपाचं साहित्य, त्या साहित्यातून सूचित केलेले संकेत, त्याला अनुसरून निर्माण झालेले विधींचं महत्व सांगणारे अर्थवाद, या अर्थवादातून निर्माण झालेल्या कथातून निर्माण झालेले जनविश्वास, चालीरीती, या चालीरीतीत मिसळलेल्या इतर विभिन्न जनसमूहांच्या रीती, विश्वास, विधी, आचार, समजुती, या सगळ्याच्या अनुषंगाने त्यांचे बौद्धिक स्तरावर विवेचन करणारे तर्काधिष्ठित उपदेश, त्यातून प्रवाहित झालेले तत्वज्ञानाचे पंथ, काही धर्मानुसारी पंथ, काही धर्मविरोधी, या अशा कितीतरी प्रवाहांची संगती स्थापित करणारा हा हिंदू धर्म आणि तत्वज्ञान हा ग्रंथ म्हणजे वर उल्लेख केलेल्या विविधांगी समग्र वाङ्मयाचा, सरांच्या सखोल आणि दीर्घकालीन अभ्यासाचा, मनन चिंतनाचा, एक संध, एक जिनसी, एक रस, अनेक तत्वात एकत्व शोधणारा आणि एकत्वातून अनेकत्व लक्षात आणून देणारा एक अद्भुत आविष्कार आहे. त्या ग्रंथाचं स्वरूप समजून घ्यायचं तर 10-15 मिनिटं खरं तर नक्कीच पुरेशी नाहीत. हिंदू धर्माचं स्वरूप घेण्याची इच्छा, समजून घेण्याची इच्छा असणाऱ्या प्रत्येकाने हा ग्रंथ एकाग्र चित्ताने पुन्हा शब्दन-शब्द या ग्रंथातला वाचायला हवा. पहिल्या बैठकीत सहज समजेल असं या ग्रंथाचं स्वरूप निश्चितच नाही, पण हा ग्रंथ वाचल्यावर तो पुन्हा वाचण्याचं कुतूहल जागृत होईल इतकं मात्र निश्चित, आणि आपण पुन्हा पुन्हा हा ग्रंथ वाचत राहू. म्हणून मला म्हणायचंय की हा ग्रंथ पुन्हा पुन्हा वाचायला हवा आणि यावर आपलं चिंतन व्हायला हवं. हिंदू धर्मात अनेक शतकं अस्तित्वात असलेल्या धर्माचे विविध दृष्टिकोनातून निरीक्षण, परीक्षण, संश्लेषण, इतर धर्मांशी केलेला तुलनात्मक अभ्यास, त्यातून जाणवलेले साम्य भेद आणि हे सर्व जाणून घेण्यासाठी योजलेल्या विविध संशोधन पद्धती समग्रपणे सुमारे 550 पृष्ठांमध्ये सामावून घेणं म्हणजे खरं तर आकाशाला गवसणी घालण्यासारखं आहे. कारण विषयाची व्याप्ती प्रचंड आहे. वैदिक काळापासून किंवा तत्पूर्वीपासूनही आजतागायत ज्या जिवंत परंपरा आहेत तिथपर्यंत हा धांडोळा घेणं ही सोपी गोष्ट नाही. आणि 550 पानांमध्ये पण हे कसं करता येईल याचा एक आदर्श वस्तुपाठ म्हणजे आपल्या समोर मांडलेला, या ग्रंथाच्या रूपाने मांडलेला सरांनी मांडलेला आहे. प्रस्तुत पुस्तकाच्या प्रकाशन संस्था जी आहे त्याच्या अध्यक्षांनी आपल्या ग्रंथ निर्मिती योजनेचा मुख्य उद्देश शिक्षणाचा प्रसार होण्यासाठी प्रादेशिक भाषातून महत्वाच्या विषयांवर विविध विषयातील अधिकारी आणि अनुभवी लेखकांकडनं पुस्तक निर्मिती करून घेणं, जेणेकरून या विषयाचा विकास उत्तम होईल असं म्हटलं आहे. आणि म्हणून प्रादेशिक भाषा मराठी त्यामध्ये हे पुस्तक सरांनी लिहिलं आणि खरोखरच कित्येक लोकांना उपकृत केलं असं म्हणायला लागेल. प्रस्तुत पुस्तकाला अगदी अनुक्रमणिकेपूर्वीच प्रारंभ होतो तो सरांच्या मनोगतातून, ज्याला सरांनी धर्मक्षेत्री असं नाव दिलेलं आहे. आणि पुस्तकाचा विषय बघता ते अगदी सार्थ आहे. या पुस्तकाचं काम हातात घेण्याचा उद्देश सांगताना हिंदू धर्माचा एका विशिष्ट पद्धतीने अभ्यास करणं असं सर म्हणतात. हिंदू धर्माची अखंड परंपरा विविध स्तरांवर प्रतिपादन करणे हा या ग्रंथाचा उद्देश त्यांनी व्यक्त केला आहे. त्यांनी पुस्तक लेखनामागील आपली भूमिकाही स्पष्ट केली आहे. हे ग्रंथ लेखनाचं कार्य धर्म प्रचारकाच्या भूमिकेतून केलेले नसून सत्यान्वेषणाच्या निकषावर केलेले आहे. आणि त्यात शिकवण्यापेक्षा मननाची भूमिका अधिक आहे. आणि त्या मननातून जे स्फुरलं ते इथे मांडलं वस्तुनिष्ठ भूमिकेतून असं सर म्हणतात. सरांनी ही भूमिका अगदी धर्मक्षेत्री ह्या आपल्या प्राककथनातच व्यक्त केलेली आहे. आता डॉक्टर शकुंतला यांनी आधुनिक जी रिसर्च मेथोडॉलॉजी आहे त्या दृष्टीने पुराकथांचा, महाभारतातील पुराकथांचा आढावा सरांनी कसं घेतलाय ते सांगितलं. परंतु सरांचं हे प्राककथन वाचल्यावर मला प्राचीन भारतातील जी रिसर्च मेथोडॉलॉजी, संशोधन पद्धती त्याची आठवण झाली की कुठल्याही ग्रंथाच्या पूर्वी अनुबंध चतुष्टय सांगितलं जातं. आपली भूमिका, आपला उद्देश, ग्रंथाचा विषय आणि ग्रंथ आणि विषयाचा संबंध या सगळ्या गोष्टी नेमक्या ह्या प्राककथनात आलेल्या आपल्याला दिसतात. मनोगतात म्हटल्याप्रमाणे हिंदू धर्माचा एका विशिष्ट पद्धतीने सरांनी केलेला अभ्यास म्हणजे नेमकं काय? थोडक्यात हिंदू धर्माचे विविध आयाम समजून घेताना सरांचा दृष्टिकोन नेमका कसा आहे, हे संशोधन कोणत्या पद्धतीने केलेलं आहे, पुस्तकातील विविध विषय मांडताना योजलेले लहान लहान मुद्दे, या मुद्द्यांची जोडणी करून विषयाचे सांगितलेले सार समजून कसे घ्यायचे, हे ग्रंथाची जी स्थापना आहे त्यामध्ये सोदाहरण स्पष्ट केलं आहे. प्राककथनानंतर अनुक्रमणिका सांगितलेली आहे आणि अनुक्रमणिकेनंतर स्थापना येते. आता स्थापना हा शब्द पण आपल्या नाट्य परंपरेतला आहे की नाटकाची जी प्रस्तावना तिला स्थापना म्हणतात. त्यामुळे प्राककथनाला सरांनी धर्मक्षेत्री म्हटलेलं आहे आणि प्रत्यक्ष पुस्तकाच्या जी पूर्वीची जी प्रस्तावना त्याला सर स्थापना असं म्हणतात. त्यामुळे स्थापनेतून हिंदू धर्माचा अभ्यास करताना सरांनी स्वीकारलेला दृष्टिकोन, विषय मांडण्याची पद्धत हे नेमके स्पष्ट होते. त्यामुळे स्थापना समजून घेतली नाही तर विषयाचा आवाका, विषय समजून घेण्याची पद्धत आणि हिंदू धर्माकडे पाहण्याचा सरांचा दृष्टिकोन समजणार नाही. खरं सांगायचं तर धर्मक्षेत्री हे प्राककथन आणि स्थापना हे पुस्तक समजून घेण्यासाठी लिहिलेलं पहिलं प्रकरण किंवा हे त्यांचं जे मनोगत आहे, हे खरं तर या पुस्तकरूपी ज्ञानवास्तूत सहज प्रवेश व्हावा यासाठी उभारलेल्या तोरणद्वाराचे 2 भक्कम स्तंभ आहेत. यातून प्रवेश व्यवस्थित झाला तर पुढे ज्ञानवास्तूतील प्रकरण रूपी जी दालनं आहेत त्यांचं आकलन होऊ शकेल असा विश्वास वाटतो. पण स्थापनेत या पुस्तकाकडे कसं पाहायचंय हे सरांनी तो दृष्टिकोन तिथेच दिलेला आहे आणि अतिशय सोदाहरण स्पष्ट केलेला आहे. खरं सांगायचं तर स्थापना जी आहे त्यामध्ये ज्या प्रकारे विषय हाताळलाय त्याचंच विस्तृत रूप आपल्याला पुढच्या प्रकरणांमध्ये पाहायला मिळतं. एखाद्या विशाल विषयावरचे पुस्तक लिहिताना संशोधकाची दृष्टी किती नेमकी असते हे या पुस्तकाची अनुक्रमणिका वाचली तरी लक्षात येतं. या पुस्तकाचे 2 भाग आहेत. पहिला भाग हिंदू धर्म आणि दुसरा भाग हिंदू तत्वज्ञान. या दोन्ही भागात 9 प्रकरणं आहेत. प्रकरणातील विभागणी इतकी नेमकी आहे आणि या प्रकरणांची नावं इतकी स्पष्ट आहेत की त्यातूनच हिंदू धर्माच्या इतिहासाचा, हिंदू धर्माशी निगडीत साहित्याचा कालानुक्रम हस्तामलकवत स्पष्ट होतो. अनुक्रमणिका देण्याची सरांची पद्धतही अनोखी आहे. त्यामुळे प्रकरणातील विषयांचे तसेच प्रकरणातील विषयाची प्रगती कशी केली आहे हे अनुक्रमणिकेवरूनच समजतं. उदाहरणार्थ हिंदू धर्म या विषयातील पहिले प्रकरण हिंदू धर्म आणि त्याचे स्वरूप आणि त्याच्यातले उपविषय कोणते आहेत तर हिंदू आणि सिंधू, सिंधू पारेण, लोक आणि धर्म, धर्म शब्दाची व्याख्या, यज्ञीय आचार धर्म, ऋत, यज्ञ आणि धर्म, धर्म आणि परंपरा, यज्ञाची विकसनशील कल्पना, हिंदू धर्मातील गतिशीलता, हिंदू धर्माचे मूलतत्व, वेद मूलत्व आणि पुरोगामित्व, धर्म सिद्धांत आणि लोकपक्ष, समन्वित संमिश्रण, हिंदू धर्माचे व्यापक स्वरूप. अशा रीतीने यातले उपविषय आहेत. त्यामुळे अनुक्रमणिकाच इतकी सुस्पष्ट आहे की हा विषय कशा रीतीने पुढे मांडला जाणार आहे हे आपल्याला ताबडतोब लक्षात येतं. त्याचा एक धावता आराखडाच आपल्या समोर उभा राहतो. या पुस्तकाचं नाव हिंदू धर्म आणि तत्वज्ञान असं आहे. एकूणच संपूर्ण पुस्तकाची विभागणी आणि पुस्तकाचं नाव याच्यात किती कमालीचं सामंजस्य आहे हे दिसून येतं. हे सामंजस्य पुस्तकातील लहान लहान विषय मांडताना सुद्धा राखलेलं आहे. पहिल्या प्रकरणातील पहिला विषय आत्ताच आपण पाहिला तो म्हणजे हिंदू या शब्दाचं विवेचन. हा शब्दच पुस्तकातला पहिला शब्द आहे हिंदू, मग धर्म आणि तत्वज्ञान. सिंधू शब्दावरून हिंदू शब्द कसा तयार झाला, हा शब्द तयार होताना त्याचे हिंदवी इत्यादी वेगवेगळी झालेली रूप, तसंच इंडिया हे नाव हे कुठून आलं, सुरुवातीला या शब्दाशी निगडीत असलेली प्रादेशिकता, काही काळाने प्रादेशिकतेची बंधनं ओलांडून या शब्दाने गाठलेली परंपरेची आणि संस्काराची पातळी आणि त्यानंतर त्याच्याशी जोडले गेलेल्या इतर परंपरा, सावरकर इत्यादी व्यक्तींनी दिलेल्या हिंदू शब्दाच्या व्याख्या, पण त्यांच्या व्याख्यांच्या मर्यादा आणि त्याही पलीकडे असलेलं श्रद्धा विश्वास याने युक्त हिंदू धर्माचं स्वरूप, अशा विविध अंगाने हिंदू शब्दाचा उहापोह सुरुवातीलाच केला आहे, जो पुस्तकाच्या नावातील अर्थात पहिला शब्द आहे. अशा विविध अंगाने अभ्यास केल्यानंतर हिंदू धर्माचं स्वरूप सांगताना सर म्हणतात, एका मोजून मापून ठेवलेल्या सूत्रात सांगायचं झाल्यास सर्व काही श्रुती स्मृती पुराणोक्त करून त्या परंपरेत स्वतःचं कार्य आणि संपूर्ण जीवन बसवण्याची वांछा आहे असा मनुष्य, असे न करणारा हिंदू नसेलच असं नाही, पण मग तो खऱ्या अर्थानं हिंदू नव्हे, तो केवळ मानव होय. प्रत्येक धर्माची एक विशिष्ट परंपरा असते, तशी हिंदू धर्माची ओळखली जाणारी ही परंपरा श्रुती स्मृती पुराणोक्त आहे. तेव्हा हिंदू धर्माचा परामर्श घ्यायचा म्हणजे या टप्प्यातून जाणं आवश्यक आहे. अशा रीतीने परंपरेतील सूत्रांना धरून पण तरीही परंपरेच्या पलीकडे जाऊन विविध सूत्र या परंपरेशी जोडून घेणारी सरांची दृष्टी आता खूप वेळा बोललं जात आहे तशी समन्वयात्मक आहे, हे पहिल्या 2 पानातच आपल्याला दिसून येतं. यानंतर विवेचन केलं आहे ते अर्थातच पुस्तकाच्या शीर्षकाच्या दुसऱ्या म्हणजे धर्म ह्या अतिशय महत्वाच्या शब्दाचा. धारणा धर्म अशी पारंपरिक व्याख्या सांगून खऱ्या अर्थाने महाजनो येन गतस्य पंथा ही दुसरी व्याख्या म्हणजे थोर माणसं ज्या मार्गाने गेली तोच खरा धर्म, अशी अधिक व्यापक व्याख्या, अधिक सर्वसमावेशक व्याख्या सांगितली आहे. ही व्याख्या सांगतानाच एकीकडे तत्वज्ञानातील आप्तवाक्यम प्रमाण हे जे म्हणजे प्रमाण आप्तवाक्य हे जे प्रमाण सांगितले आहे ते इथे अतिशय नेमकेपणाने धर्माशी जोडून घेतलेलं आहे. याच्याशीच पुन्हा एकदा उपलब्ध आद्य ग्रंथ ऋग्वेदातील तानी धर्माणी प्रथमानी आसन, हेच धर्म पूर्वी होते म्हणून हे धर्म यज्ञाधिष्ठित होते, हे याच पंक्तीतल्या आधीच्या चरणाचा संदर्भ देऊन सरांनी स्पष्ट केला आहे. आणि या यज्ञाधिष्ठित धर्माचा पुन्हा एकदा पूर्वमीमांसा तत्वज्ञानाशी चोदना लक्षणो धर्म या पद्धतीने समन्वय किंवा त्याची सांगड घातलेली आपल्याला दिसून येते. थोडक्यात धर्माचा आवाका हा किती मोठा आहे हे लहान लहान मुद्द्यातनं सतत या पुस्तकात पटवून दिलेलं आहे असं आपल्याला दिसतं. धर्माचे विविध आयाम त्यांची चर्चा इथे केलेली आहे. धर्माचा अजून एक आयाम म्हणजे परंपरा. हा आयाम वैदिक काळापासून कसा रुजला होता हे ही विविध उदाहरणं देऊन सर स्पष्ट करतात. यज्ञ निरपेक्ष पारंपरिक धर्म म्हणजे आचार आणि रीती हीच कल्पना सरांनी विविध संदर्भ देऊन स्पष्ट केली आहे. धर्माशी जोडलेली आणखीन एक कल्पना म्हणजे ऋत. ऋत संकल्पनेचा प्रवास स्पष्ट करताना यज्ञविधींच्या पलीकडे गेलेला समाजाचे पोषण आणि धारण करणारा धर्म म्हणजेच हितरक्षण आणि स्वकर्तव्य या कल्पनांनी युक्त धर्म असं सर म्हणतात. वैयक्तिक पातळीवरील धर्माला जोडून घेणारी आणि समाजाचेही रक्षण करणारी धर्माची ही संकल्पना म्हणजे धर्माने साधलेला एका प्रकारे हा विकासच आहे हे ते इथे स्पष्ट करून सांगतात. म्हणूनच या धर्माचं स्वरूप अर्थातच यज्ञाधिष्ठित धर्म, परंपराधारित धर्म, महाजनांनी आपल्या वर्तनातून निर्माण केलेला आचाररूपी धर्म. आणि या धर्माचं स्वरूप जर समजून घ्यायचं असेल तर काय करावं, तर त्याचा धागा थेट वेदांपासून तपासायला हवा, कारण हा धर्म श्रुती स्मृती पुराणोक्त आहे असं सर म्हणतात. म्हणजे धर्म शब्दापासून सुरुवात करून धर्माचे विविध आयाम सांगून धर्म जाणायचं तर पुन्हा तानी धर्मानी प्रथमानी आसन हे सांगणाऱ्या ऋग्वेदाकाळपासून सुरुवात करायला हवी. आणि म्हणूनच हा धर्म श्रुती स्मृती पुराणोक्त आहे असं सर नेमकेपणाने पटवून देतात. पण त्याचबरोबर धर्मस्य तत्वम निहितम गुहायाम असं उपनिषदात पण म्हटलं आहे. धर्माचं तत्व गूढ आहे. यातून नेमकं काय म्हणायचं आहे हे स्पष्ट करताना सर म्हणतात, धर्म एकाच पद्धतीने आकलन होऊ शकतो असं नाही, हे सत्यच या वाक्यातनं स्वीकारलेलं दिसतं. म्हणून धर्माचं अनेकांगी आकलन व्हायचं असेल तर श्रुती स्मृती सदाचार इत्यादी स्मृती साहित्यात सांगितलेले मार्ग, तसेच पुराण न्याय मीमांसा इत्यादी दर्शन, अवैदिक दर्शन, वेदांची 6 अंग या सगळ्याचा अभ्यास व्हायला हवा. सर म्हणतात धर्म म्हणजे काय हे सांगणं कठीण आहे, पण धर्म कशात दिसेल याचं उत्तर देता येतं आणि ते हे उत्तर आहे. हिंदू धर्माची नेमकी वैशिष्ट्य या विषयाचा समारोप करताना सर अतिशय सुंदर शब्दात करतात. ते म्हणतात की हिंदू परंपरेतील धर्माची कल्पना कुंठित नव्हती, तशीच ती कल्पना सीमित नव्हती आणि गोठवलेलीही नव्हती. युगायुगात धर्म वेगळे असतात या कल्पनेने मागे सामाजिक विचार, या कल्पनेमागे सामाजिक विचार जसे बदलतील तसे धर्म लक्षण बदलले पाहिजे ही शिकवण आहे. या विधानाचा अर्थ सांगताना सर एक फार महत्वाचं विधान करतात आणि जे खरोखर प्रत्येकाने लक्षात ठेवलं पाहिजे ते म्हणजे हे की ज्या काळाचे धर्म त्या काळाच्या कोंदणात बसून पारखायचे असतात, त्या दृष्टीतून बघायचे असतात. आधुनिक दृष्टीतून बघितले तर तो दोष होईल आणि क्वचित अनाठाई शहाणपणा केल्याचं पातक लागेल. त्यामुळे हिंदू धर्म संकल्पनेकडे बघायचं झालं तर त्या काळाला अनुसरून हिंदू धर्माचा विचार व्हायला हवा. अशा रीतीने हिंदू धर्मातील हिंदू परंपरेतील धर्म संकल्पना लवचिक आणि गतिशील होती, ती स्थगित झालेली नव्हती. हे सरांनी विविध उदाहरणांवरनं पटवून दिलेलं आहे. या समग्र विवेचनानंतर नेहमीच्या धाटणीप्रमाणे सर स्वतःला अपेक्षित असलेली धर्माची सरळ व्याख्या सांगतात. ते म्हणतात वरील विविध व्याख्यांना धरून करता आली तर धर्माची व्याख्या अशी करता येईल, एका विशिष्ट जनता समूहाची एकत्र धारणा करण्यास उपयुक्त अशा आचारांची, विश्वासांची आणि दैवतांची परंपरा म्हणजे धर्म. या सर्व विवेचनानंतर अनुषंगाने येणारा प्रश्न म्हणजे धर्म समजून घ्यायची साधनं कुठली. अर्थातच वैदिक साहित्य आणि म्हणून नंतर वेद शब्दाचा उहापोह सरांनी केला आहे. निव्वळ 4 वेद म्हणजे वेद नसून इतरही ज्ञान शाखांचा त्यात समावेश कसा होतो यावर साधक वादक विस्तृत चर्चा सरांनी केलेली आहे. ही चर्चा करताना तसेच पुस्तकात पुढेही कितीतरी विषय मांडताना सरांची विशेष लक्षात येणारी शैली ही काहीशी उत्तर पक्ष, पूर्व पक्ष, उत्तर पक्ष या शैलीशी मिळती जुळती आहे. वर स्पष्ट केल्याप्रमाणे एखाद्या विषयाचा विविध अंगांनी उहापोह केल्यानंतर देखील वाचकाच्या मनात त्याविषयी काही प्रश्न उपस्थित होऊ शकतात. अशा ठिकाणी अशी शक्यता जिथे वाटते तिथे सर स्वतःच प्रश्न उपस्थित करतात. उदाहरणाचे एक उदाहरण एक दोन घेऊन बघू. असं एक वाक्य आहे की जुन्या रीतींच्या प्रचारामुळे जर जनता रुष्ट झाली तर धारण करणारा धर्म हे समीकरण कसं मानायचं किंवा हे समीकरण कसं बसायचं सरांच्या भाषेत. असा प्रश्न सरांनी उपस्थित केलेला आहे आणि त्यावर उत्तर तेच देतात. लोकधारणा होण्यासाठी नवीन आचार घेण्याची आणि जुन्या आचारांना मूठमाती देण्याची सोय धर्मानेच केलेली आहे. हेच हिंदूंच्या धर्मग्रंथातील लोकाभिमुख तत्व आहे. या वचनावर सर पुन्हा प्रश्न उपस्थित करतात, पण कुणी यावर म्हणेल की हे सगळं श्रुती विरोधी होईल. यावर उत्तर देतात, सरच उत्तर देतात की श्रुती हे एकटेच प्रमाण धर्मग्रंथात मानलेले नाहीये, त्याबरोबर स्मृती आणि सदाचारही आहेत. नवीन सदाचाराने श्रुतीविहित जुने आचार पटले नाहीत तर ते सोडण्याची परवानगी यातच अंतर्भूत आहे. असे केल्याने काहीही श्रुती विरुद्ध होत नाही, तर श्रुतीला सदाचारातून नीट पारखणं मात्र होतं. इतके सांगून झाल्यावर सरांनी मधुपर्क या विधीचा दाखला दिलेला आहे आणि मधुपर्काच्या विधीत काळाला अनुसरून, परंपरांना अनुसरून झालेले बदल दाखवले आहेत. पण तरीही प्रश्नांची सरबत्ती सुरूच राहते आणि मग पुन्हा प्रश्न उपस्थित केला जातो. श्रुती आणि स्मृतीतील काही धर्मांचं आचरण करू नये असं ठरवलं तरी हे ठरवणार कोण? याला उत्तर म्हणजे सदाचार म्हणजे साधूजन, समाजात मान्य पावलेले महात्मे की ज्या लोकांनी धारणेसाठी काही धर्मांना मुरड घातलेली आहे. आणि हे विधाने स्पष्ट करताना सर सौत्रामणी यज्ञाचं उदाहरण देतात. सौत्रामणी यज्ञामध्ये सुरेचा उपयोग केला जातो. खरं तर सौत्रामणीचं ते एक व्यवच्छेदक लक्षण आहे. अनुषंगाने या यागाशी निगडित असलेली आणि यागाची महती सांगणारी ब्राह्मण वाङ्मयातील इंद्राची कथाही ते सांगतात. या यज्ञाची ब्राह्मणामध्ये सांगितलेलं निर्वचनही ते स्पष्ट करतात. परंतु नंतरच्या काळात सुरापान हे निषिद्ध कर्म मानलं गेल्यामुळे सौत्रामणी यागाचं वर्जन झालं. हे सगळं काही त्यांनी या विधानाला उदाहरण म्हणून स्पष्ट करून सांगितलेलं आहे. धर्मविषयक आजच्या काळातील आणि पूर्वीच्याही काळातील विविध विवाद्य प्रश्न व त्यांची उकल आणि समाधान अशा प्रकारे प्रश्न उपस्थित करून आणि त्याची समाधानकारक उत्तर श्रुती स्मृती वैदिक वाङ्मयातनं सोदाहरण देऊन सरांनी प्रस्तुत केलं आहे. आणि खरं तर मला वाटतं की ह्या पुस्तकात प्राचीन भारतीय संशोधन पद्धतीचा जागोजागी अशा रीतीने उपयोग केलेला आपल्याला दिसतो. कळत नकळत माहित नाही, परंतु खूप ठिकाणी सरांच्या पद्धती ह्या प्राचीन भारतीय ग्रंथांप्रमाणे दिसतात. जसं उद्देश लक्षण परीक्षा ही ग्रंथरचनेची एक पद्धत आहे की सुरुवातीला विषयांची यादी सांगितली जाते, मग त्याच्या व्याख्या सांगितल्या जातात आणि मग त्याची परीक्षा म्हणजे उदाहरणासहित त्या व्याख्या पटवून दिल्या जातात. हा जो पहिला धर्म म्हणजे काय हे समजावून सांगणारा जो भाग सरांनी लिहिलेला आहे तो म्हणजे या प्राचीन भारतीय संशोधन पद्धतीचं अतिशय उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण आहे. अशा रीतीने एखाद्या संकल्पनेचे जटिल, खोल रुजलेले, अनेकांगी, समन्वयात्मक स्वरूप समजून घेण्यासाठी ही प्रश्नोत्तर पद्धत या ग्रंथात पुढेही योजलेली आहे, जी अतिशय रोचक आहे. कारण ह्या प्रश्नोत्तरांमुळे कुठेतरी एक संवादाची थोडीशी शैली निर्माण झाल्याचा भास होतो आणि आपोआप त्याच्यामध्ये जिवंतपणा येतो. हिंदू धर्माचं समन्वयात्मक स्वरूप स्पष्ट करताना सरांनी मांडलेली एक महत्वाची संकल्पना म्हणजे समन्वित संमिश्रण. सर म्हणतात ही संकल्पना म्हणजे काय आहे आणि ती कुठल्या संदर्भात मांडली गेली आहे. धर्माच्या बाबतीत ती फार महत्वाची आहे, कारण हिंदू धर्मात अनेक धारा मिसळलेल्या आहेत, तर त्याच्याशी ती निगडीत आहे. सर म्हणतात सिंधूच्या अलीकडील काठावरील सर्व जमातींना हिंदू ही एकच संज्ञा सिंधूच्या पलीकडील लोकांनी लावली. या बाजूस सिंधूच्या अलीकडच्या बाजूस वैदिक अवैदिक लोकांचं संमिश्रण सुरूच होतं आणि हा एक वेगळा संमिश्र असा समाज वाढतच राहिला. या मोठ्या समाजात अनेक बाबतीत भेद असला तरी देवाणघेवाण आणि संघर्षातही सामंजस्याची भावना रुजल्याने सर्व समाजात शाक्त, वैष्णव, शैव असे पंथ असले. पांचरात्र, द्वैती, अद्वैती अशी वर्दळ असली. विशिष्ट देवावर निष्ठा असली नसली, वेदांवरही निष्ठा असली नसली, तरी सगळ्यांना हिंदू म्हणून देण्यात आलं आणि कालांतराने हिंदू म्हणवणारे यांच्याही ते अंगवळणी पडलं. या समन्वयामुळे मूळचा वैदिक धर्मही संमिश्र झाला. आचारांची, विचारांची भेसळ झाली. हिंदूंचा धर्म समन्वयात्मक असल्याने, समन्वयकतेतून वाढल्याने आणि समन्वय भावनेवर टिकल्याने मुळात त्यांची भावना सहिष्णुतेची आहे आणि या सहिष्णुतेच्या भूमिकेतून इतर कित्येक रीती आणि जमाती त्यामध्ये सामावलेल्या आहेत. यालाच ही जी सगळी प्रक्रिया, यालाच सरांनी समन्वित संमिश्रण असं म्हटलं आहे. असे काही संकल्पना पुढच्याही ग्रंथामध्ये दिसतात. मी म्हटल्याप्रमाणे की एकेका गोष्टीचं एक एक उदाहरण देता येईल, कारण समग्र उदाहरण द्यायची म्हटली तर लेक्चर सिरीज ऑर्गनाइज करायला लागेल असं मला वाटतं. याची वैदिक काळापासून अगदी आजच्या काळापर्यंत जसे नाग आणि वैदिक आर्य, केरळातील आणि गोव्याचे ख्रिश्चन, निषाद आणि म्लेंछा यांचे वैदिक धर्माशी संमिश्रण, अशी अनेक उदाहरणं सरांनी देऊन ही कल्पना, ही जी संकल्पना आहे ती स्पष्ट केलेली आहे. शेवटी सर म्हणतात, परस्पर भिन्न असूनही, परस्पर निर्देश प्राप्त असूनही हे सर्व हिंदू या साधारणीकृत नावात एकत्र येतात. हे या समाजाचं वैशिष्ट्य आहे. अर्थात या विषयाची व्याप्ती प्रचंड असल्याची नेमकी जाणीव प्रस्तुत संशोधकाला आहे आणि म्हणून या पहिल्या प्रकरणाची सांगता करताना सर म्हणतात, हिंदू धर्मातील विविध समस्यांचा उहापोह पूर्ण होणं अशक्य आहे. आणि मग यानंतर हिंदू धर्म विषयक प्रकरण म्हणजे वैदिक धर्म आणि ऋग्वेदातील देवता, यज्ञातील ब्रह्म, अर्थवाद आणि पुराकथा, यज्ञीय संकेत, जुन्या देवांचा अपकर्ष आणि प्रजापती इत्यादी आलेली आहेत. अखेरचं प्रकरण मूर्तिपूजेवर आधारित आहे. एखाद्या संकल्पनेविषयी बोलताना तर पुढील पद्धतीने विषयाची मांडणी करतात. जसं एखाद्या देवतेविषयी बोलायचं असेल, ऋग्वेदीय देवतांचा परामर्श विविध अंगाने सरांनी घेतलेला आहे. सुरुवातीला ऋग्वेदाची रचना वगैरे ह्या गोष्टी सांगितलेल्या आहेत. या पुस्तकाचं वैशिष्ट्य असं आहे की विविध स्तरावर शिकणाऱ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना याचा उपयोग आहे. जसं ऋग्वेदाचं जे पहिलं प्रकरण आहे तर त्याच्यामध्ये ऋग्वेदाच्या शाखा, ऋग्वेदाची रचना, ऋग्वेदातले मुख्य विषय, त्यामध्ये आलेल्या देवतांची सर्वसामान्य, साधारण म्हणजे समान अशी असणारी काही वैशिष्ट्य आणि त्याच्याविषयी असलेले हिनोथिझम सारखे वेगवेगळे वाद, त्यांची नावं, हे सगळं या सुरुवातीच्या भागात आलंय की जे BA वगैरे विद्यार्थ्यांना अतिशय उपयुक्त आहे. पण हा विषय जसा पुढे जातो तसं MA विद्यार्थ्यांना उपयुक्त आणि अर्थातच पुढे संशोधन, विविध क्षेत्रात संशोधन करणाऱ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना उपयुक्त असा भरपूर मजकूर या पुस्तकात सामावलेला आहे असं आपल्याला दिसतं. आता एखाद्या देवतेविषयी बोलायचं झालं तर त्या देवतेचा उगम म्हणजे नैसर्गिक शक्तीतनं किंवा असे काही स्रोत सांगितलेले, तिचं स्वरूप, परवर्ती काळामध्ये त्याचं बदलणारं स्वरूप, यज्ञीय तसं जानपद काळात त्याचे बदलणारे संदर्भ, मुख्य देवतांचा उत्तर काळात झालेला अपकर्ष, गौण देवतांचा उत्कर्ष, या प्रक्रियेमध्ये एकूणच त्या देवतेच्या स्वरूपामध्ये झालेले बदल, त्याची कारण मीमांसा आणि या सगळ्यातून निघणारे काही समान सिद्धांत, हा हिंदू धर्म या भागामध्ये विषय हाताळण्याची ही पद्धती आपल्याला योजलेली दिसते. या भागातील विविध उपविषय आणि त्यातील मुद्दे मांडताना त्या देवतेचं स्वरूप आणि तिचा उगम सांगताना ती भारतीय आहे की वैदिक धर्मात तिचा उगम, भारतीय आहे, वैदिक धर्मात तिचा उगम आहे की अनार्य मानल्या गेलेल्या काही घटकातनं ही देवता आलेली आहे की जानपद परंपरातनं आलेली आहे इत्यादी विश्लेषण ऋग्वेद, अथर्ववेद यातली विधान मांडून सोदाहरण सर स्पष्ट करतात. त्याचबरोबर भारतीय आणि पाश्चात्य विद्वानांची या देवतेविषयक किंवा संकल्पनांविषयक मतही स्पष्ट करतात. वैदिक तसेच त्या काळात जगात इतरत्र नांदणाऱ्या संस्कृतींची आणि त्यात आढळणाऱ्या देवतांची आवश्यक तेथे तुलनाही सर करतात. काही ठिकाणी इतर विद्वानांनी प्रस्तुत विषयात मांडलेल्या मतांचा परामर्श घेऊन कधी त्याचं खंडन करतात, काही अंशतः त्याचा स्वीकार सरांनी केलेला दिसतो आणि यावर सर स्वतःही टिप्पणी करतातच. प्रस्तुत ग्रंथ हिंदू धर्माचे स्वरूप आणि वाटचाल सांगणारा असल्यामुळे वैदिक काळातील देवतेचे स्वरूप त्याविषयीचे संदर्भ उत्तर काळातील विवेचनात सुद्धा येतात. अशा वेळी आधीच्या प्रकरणात आवश्यक तेवढा मजकूर सांगून या देवतेचा प्रवास पुढील प्रकरणात कुठे कुठे आहे हेही जाता जाता नमूद केलेलं आपल्याला दिसतं. याचा अर्थ पुढील प्रकरण वाचताना मागील प्रकरणात विविध संकल्पना, देवता, विधी याविषयी मांडलेले विचार यांचं नेमकं आकलन आणि स्मरण हे अपेक्षित आहे, हे अर्थातच यातून सूचित केलेलं असतं. उदाहरण म्हणून ऋग्वेदीय देवता वरुण याविषयी सरांनी मांडलेले विचार आपण पाहू. देवतांविषयी बोलताना असं दिसतं की पहिलंच वाक्य हे त्या देवतेचं नेमकं व्यवच्छेदक लक्षण आणि स्वरूप सांगणारं असतं. जसं वरुणाच्या बाबतीत सर म्हणतात की पार्थिव आणि भौतिकापेक्षा नीतीच्या क्षेत्रात वरुणाचं महात्म्य हे अधिक आहे. मित्र वरुण या द्वंद्व देवतेशी बोलताना सर प्रथम मित्र आणि वरुण यांचा एकत्रित विचार यांच्याविषयी एकत्रित विचार करून नंतर वरुण म्हणजे नेमकी कोणती कल्पना याविषयी मतमतांतर प्रस्तुत करतात. ऋताचे पालन आणि धारण करणारा नीतिमत्तेचा व्यापक असा देव अशी ऋग्वेदातील संकल्पना सर विविध उदाहरणं आणि उद्धरणं देऊन स्पष्ट करतात. विविध ऋषींच्या ऋचांमध्ये त्याचे संदर्भ सांगतात. वरुणाची सूक्त प्रामुख्याने वसिष्ठांनी गायलेली आहेत, त्यामुळे सुरुवातीला वसिष्ठ मंडळातील उद्धरण आणि त्यानंतर इतरत्र आढळणाऱ्या उद्धरणांचा विचार केलेला दिसतो. म्हणजे उद्धरणांची मांडणी सुद्धा इतकी तर्काधिष्ठित आहे हे इथे नमूद करायचं आहे. त्यानंतर जुंबक म्हणून ब्राह्मण वाङ्मयातील त्याच्या कुरूप आणि अप्रिय अशा रूपाचा निर्देश सर करायला लागतात आणि करतात आणि वरुणाचे महत्व ऋग्वेदाच्या उत्तर काळापासूनच कसे कमी व्हायला लागले होते तेही स्पष्ट करतात. त्यानंतर वरुण ही भारतीय इराणी काळातील देवता होती असं सर्वसाधारण मत आहे. ह्या मताचा ते उहापोह करतात. हे मत मांडताना प्रामुख्याने अवेस्ता या पारशी लोकांच्या धर्मग्रंथातील अहुर मजहब म्हणजे वरुण या मताचा विचार सरांनी केला आहे. आणि हा विचार करताना असुर शब्दाचा ऋग्वेदातील अर्थ विशेषण म्हणून या शब्दाचे इतर देवतांसाठी केलेले उपयोजन हा शब्द ऋग्वेदात किती वेळा आलाय आणि त्यापैकी वरुणासाठी किती वेळा हे विशेषण योजलेलं आहे याची संख्यात्मक तुलनाही करतात. आणि मग या सर्वांविषयी सर्व संदर्भांवरनं वरुणाविषयी असलेल्या ह्या पारंपरिक मताविषयी सर म्हणतात ऋग्वेदातील वरुण आणि अवेस्तातील अहुर मजहब हे एकच होत हे मत थिटे पडते हे मानलेच पाहिजे. यावरून त्यानंतर हा भारोपीय काळातील असून त्याचा संबंध ग्रीक युरेनसशी लावण्याचा प्रयत्न पाश्चात्य विद्वानांनीही केला होता. त्याचंही खंडन करून सर म्हणतात की हे मत अग्राह्य आहे. यानंतर वरुण या शब्दाचा निर्वचनाच्या आधारे व्यापक आणि आवरण करणाऱ्या ह्या त्याच्या अर्थाच्या आधारावर वृत्र आणि वरुण या दोहोतील मूळ संकल्पना एकच असल्याचं सूचित करतात. यानंतर वृत्र आणि वरुण यांच्यातील साम्य भेद मांडून वरुण हा सद्व्यवहारी वृत्र होय असं म्हणतात. ही संकल्पना इतकी नवी आहे की पहिल्यांदा वाचताना मला तर ही पचलीच नव्हती, परंतु ते अधिक पुन्हा नीट वाचल्यावर काय नेमकं म्हणायचंय हे लक्षात आलं. वरुणाच्या उत्तरकालीन अपकर्षाचा विचार करताना काही मौलिक मुद्दे सर मांडतात. ते म्हणजे वरुणाच्या बाबतीत तो इंद्र अग्नीप्रमाणे कोणत्याही पुराकथेचा नायक नाही. वरुणाचे कठोर, कर्मठ, क्रोधाविष्ट असं स्वरूप असल्यामुळे त्याच्याशी पटकन कोणाची सलगी होत नाही. देवता विश्वातही केवळ मित्र इंद्रांशी असलेले त्याचे सख्य इत्यादी मुद्दे ते मांडतात. वरुणाविषयी अंतिम निष्कर्ष मांडताना सर म्हणतात वरुणाचा पिंड या वाढत्या आणि उत्पादनाचा संकेत योजणाऱ्या धर्माविष्कारात रमणारा नव्हता. पुढे वरुणाचा जुना कर्मठ पिंड नवीन चाकोरीत न बसल्याने कर्मकांडात त्याची अवहेलना होण्यात त्याचे पर्यवसान झाले. मात्र न्याय क्षेत्रात त्याचे स्थान कर्मकांडांच्या जटिल स्तरांतून झिरपत जाऊन अबाधित राहिले. वरुणाने आपली ऋत सांभाळण्याची कठोर कामगिरी कधीच सोडली नाही, नव्हे परंपरेनेही ती त्याच्यावर सोपवली असं म्हणायला लागतं. कदाचित आपल्याला आज ह्यातल्या काही गोष्टी असं वाटेल की हे तर आम्हाला माहितीये की वरुण ह्या देवतेचा अपकर्ष का झाला, परंतु ज्यावेळी हे पुस्तक लिहिलं गेलं म्हणजे 1973 साली प्रकाशित झालं, म्हणजे त्याआधी लिहिलं गेलं, तर त्यावेळी निश्चितच हे सगळे विचार की जे विविध पुरावे देऊन वैदिक साहित्यातील आणि इतर पुरावे देऊन मांडलेले होते, निश्चितच हे खूपच महत्वाचं संशोधन होतं असं म्हणायला पाहिजे. हे सिद्धांत महत्वाचे होते कारण त्यावेळी पाश्चात्य विचारवंतांच्या मताचा पगडाही भारतीय जनमानसावर खूप होता. अशा वेळी हे सगळं संशोधन मांडणं हे अर्थातच धाडसी आहे. अशा रीतीने विविध ऋग्वेदीय देवतांविषयींच्या सिद्धांतांची पुनर्रचना सरांनी केलेली दिसते. पूर्ववर्ती सिद्धांत कसे तपासावे, नवीन पुरावे कसे शोधून काढावे, विविध संदर्भांची जोडणी कशी करावी, संदर्भातून सूचित होणारी संख्यांची प्रतीक इत्यादी कशी संख्या किंवा प्रतीक कशी स्पष्ट करावी, विरोधी दिसणाऱ्या व्यक्तिमत्वांमध्ये प्रकर्षाने आढळून येणारी साम्य आणि भेद नमूद करून त्यांचे समर्थन करायचं का समर्थन नाही करायचं हे कसं लक्षात घ्यायचं, थोडक्यात एखाद्या सिद्धांताची पुनर्रचना कशी करायची हे या सगळ्या विवेचनातून नेमकं समजतं, म्हणून हे उदाहरण दिलेलं आहे. या पुस्तकात अशा रीतीने अनेक देवतांविषयी विचार केलेला आहे, अनेक सिद्धांत मांडलेले आहेत, परंतु इथे हे फक्त एक उदाहरण म्हणून मी आपल्या समोर सादर केलेलं आहे. यज्ञविधी आणि अर्थवाद हा सरांचा विशेष आवडीचा विषय. याचे विश्लेषण करताना वरील पद्धती सरांनी अवलंबलेली आहे, पण त्याला जोड दिली, विशेष करून जोड दिले ती इतर देशातील विधी परंपरांची. वेगवेगळ्या काळात आणि प्रादेशिक दृष्ट्या सुद्धा दूरवर असलेल्या संस्कृतीत विधी परंपरा आचार यांच्यात दिसणारा समान धागा आणि त्यांची प्रस्तुत विषयानुसार विविध प्रकारे केलेली कारणमीमांसा हा या ग्रंथाचा विशेष म्हटला पाहिजे. भारताच्या विविध प्रदेशात आढळणाऱ्या परंपरांबरोबरच असिरियन, इजिप्शियन, ग्रीक, अखेमेनियन, मावरी, जपानी, ऑस्ट्रेलियातील विविध जमाती, क्वीन्सलँड येथील जमाती, न्यू गिनी आणि अशा कितीतरी विविध प्रदेशातील प्राचीन संदर्भ तपासणं आणि ते पुन्हा 1973 साली जेव्हा कुठलाही सोशल मीडिया किंवा ही साधनं उपलब्ध नव्हती तेव्हा हे तपासणं, त्यांचे संदर्भ तपासून आपल्या परंपरेशी त्याच्या अनुषंगाने ते समजून घेणं हे फार मोठं कार्य होतं आणि कार्य आहे असं म्हणायला लागतं. सर नमूद करतात की काही वेळेला विधी समान असतात. या सगळा अभ्यास केल्यावर चिंतनातनं दिसलं काय तेही खूप थोडक्यात मांडलंय सरांनी खरं तर, की काही वेळेला विधी समान असतात पण त्याच्या मागील परंपरा वेगळ्या असतात, तर काही वेळेला परंपरा समान दिसतात पण विधी मात्र दिसत नाहीत किंवा विधी दिसले तरी ते भिन्न दिसतात, परंतु त्यात साम्य असतं हे मात्र नक्की, आणि हे साम्य का आढळतं हे माहीत नाही असं काही वेळेला त्यांनी म्हटलेलं आहे. एखाद्या कल्पनेतून विधी निर्माण होऊन नंतर त्याला तात्विक बैठक मिळणं, काही वेळेला विधीचा संदर्भ नसतानाही कल्पना निर्माण होणं, काही वेळेला या कथातून विधीतून कथा निर्माण होणं किंवा कथांमधून विधी निर्माण होणं आणि त्यानंतर त्याचा धर्मात चिरस्थायी प्रसार होणं हे एक धर्माचं लक्षण आणि हे एक हिंदू धर्माचं वैशिष्ट्य म्हणून या पुस्तकात सांगितलेलं आहे. त्याला उदाहरण देताना सूर्य चंद्राच्या उदयास्तावरून एक गिळणारा आणि दुसरा गिळला जाणारा असा निर्माण झालेला मूळ संकेत, या संकेताचं यज्ञाची दीक्षा घेण्याच्या विधीत आणि उपनयन विधीत यामध्ये उमटलेले पडसाद आणि या विधीचं ऑस्ट्रेलियातील तसेच न्यू गिनी आणि ग्रीक इत्यादी देशातील काही विधीत आढळणारं साम्य, याच प्रकारचे याची जोडणी किंवा हे जोडून या पद्धतीने सरांनी दाखवलेलं आहे. अनेक ठिकाणी विधी आणि कल्पना समजवताना सरांनी अशा प्रकारे मांडणी केलेली आहे आणि एक समान सूत्र त्यातून कसं दिसतं हे स्पष्ट केलेलं आहे. हिंदू धर्मातील लहान लहान विधींचा अभ्यास करताना सुद्धा वैदिक साहित्य, त्यामध्ये ऋग्वेद, अथर्ववेदातील मंत्र, ब्राह्मणातील विधी, अर्थवाद, निर्वचन, पुराकथा, गृह्यसूत्र, त्यामधील विधी, स्मृती, पुराण, कथा तसेच म्हणजे जनश्रुती, तसेच विधीतील विविध गोष्टींचे वैश्विक शक्तींशी दिसणारं सामर्थ्य, त्यांच्यामधली प्रतिकात्मकता हा पण एक विशेष आहे आणि त्याचबरोबर विश्वातल्या विविध प्रदेशातील विधींशी असणारं त्याचं साम्य, काही वेळेला विविध भारतीय आणि पाश्चात्य भाषांमधील शब्द साधर्म्य, नाद साधर्म्य असे अनेक आयाम ठिकठिकाणी सरांनी या पुस्तकात योजलेले आहेत. उपनयन आणि नामकरण या आजही प्रचलित असलेल्या विधींचे अर्थ हे पुस्तक मी वाचलं तेव्हा खऱ्या अर्थाने मला कळले आणि तसेच ज्यांनी वाचलं नाहीये त्यांनी वाचावं म्हणजे कळतील की उपनयन संस्कारामध्ये लपलेला सांकेतिक अर्थ समजला की उपनयन संस्कार असलेल्या बटूला द्विज का म्हणतात हे खऱ्या अर्थाने समजतं. द्विज म्हणजे दोनदा जन्मणारा. असे कित्येक विधी समजून घेण्यासारखे आहेत, परंतु आता आपल्याला वेळेची मर्यादा असल्यामुळे त्या सगळ्याच विचारांचा उहापोह किंवा ते इथे मांडता येणार नाही. अशा अनेक विधी आणि परंपरांचा हिंदू धर्म या भागात परामर्श घेतला आहे. यामध्ये काही वेळेला तेच संदर्भ पुन्हा आल्यासारखे वाटतील, परंतु एखाद्या प्रवाही धर्माचा विचार करताना एखाद्या संकल्पनेत होत गेलेले सूक्ष्म बदल एरवी आपल्या लक्षात येत नाही, परंतु तीच संकल्पना किंवा तोच विधी नवरूप घेऊन पुन्हा काही काळाने आपल्याला धर्मामध्ये दिसतो. आणि आधीचा जर अभ्यास नसेल तर हा विधी नव्याने आला असं वाटू शकतं, किंवा त्या विधीचा अर्थ कळत नाहीसा होतो. तर अशा रीतीने होत गेलेले सूक्ष्म बदल एरवी आपल्या लक्षातही येत नाही. ते टिपण्यासाठी सूक्ष्म आणि दूरदृष्टी हवी, सूक्ष्म दृष्टी आणि दूरदृष्टी हवी. पूर्वीची जी आत्ताची व्याख्यानं झाली, सकाळी डॉक्टर वर्षा शिरगावकरांचं व्याख्यान झालं तेव्हा त्या म्हणाल्या की ते खरोखर सियर होते, म्हणजे द्रष्टे होते. खरोखरच आहे की इतका मोठा वाङ्मयाचा पट, विविध प्रकारच्या वाङ्मयाचा पट नुसतं वाचणं नाही, तो आज झिरपवणं आणि कुठलंही संकल्पनेविषयी लिहिताना तो सगळा पट डोळ्यासमोर असणं ही एक फार मोठी तपश्चर्या आणि साधना आहे असं मला वाटतं. या समग्र विषयाचा उहापोह करताना कितीतरी ठिकाणी एखाद्या विषयाविषयी अधिक संशोधन व्हायला हवं असं सर नमूद करतात, आणि मला वाटतं की ते आपल्याला दिलेलं चॅलेंज आहे, आपण ते स्वीकारलं पाहिजे आणि असे विषय पाहून खरोखरच त्यातला संशोधनातला विषय निवडला पाहिजे. हिंदू तत्वज्ञान या आता दुसरा जो भाग आहे या पुस्तकाचा तो हिंदू तत्वज्ञान, अगदी 5 मिनिटं पण नाही लागणार आता बोलायला. हिंदू तत्वज्ञान या भागातही अशा रीतीने परस्पर विरोधी वाटणाऱ्या कर्मकांड आणि ज्ञानकांड या दोन प्रवाहांमधील संगती समन्वय सरांनी मोठ्या कौशल्याने दाखवून दिलेली आहे. केवळ एक उदाहरण पाहू, भगवद्गीतेच्या संदर्भातलंय. भगवद्गीते संदर्भात लिहिताना सर म्हणतात, महाभारतातील लोकधर्म जसा आधीच्या सर्व संकल्पनांच्या संमिश्रणातून निर्माण झाला आणि महाभारत हा हिंदू समाजाचा प्रातिनिधिक ग्रंथ बनला, त्याप्रमाणे विविध तत्वज्ञानाची चर्चा असलेल्या उपनिषदांचे संकलन तसेच धर्म आणि तत्वज्ञान यांची सांगड घालण्याच्या कल्पनेतून गीता ही उपनिषदांची गुटिका महाभारतात समाविष्ट करण्यात आली. कर्मकांडांना नंतर जसे उपनिषदाचे पर्व तसेच लोकधर्मात सर्व तत्वज्ञानाचा अंतर्भाव व्हावा म्हणून महाभारत आणि गीता असा योग जुळून आलेला आहे. गीतेच्या पुष्पिकेत या वाक्याची सार्थकता दिसते. ग्रंथ मराठीत लिहिला असल्यामुळे ग्रंथाविषयीचे विवेचन इथे मी थांबवते. काही 2 आणखीन ऑब्झर्वेशन्स आहेत, तेवढी निरीक्षण. ग्रंथ मराठीत लिहिला असल्यामुळे पाश्चात्य विद्वानांचे विचार मांडताना त्यांच्या काही संकल्पनांसाठी मराठीत नेमके पर्यायी शब्द अथवा पारिभाषिक संज्ञा निर्माण करायला लागतात, किंवा याच्या उलटही की मराठीमध्ये संज्ञा निर्माण केली पण ती स्थापित व्हावी, कळावी म्हणून त्याचे इंग्रजी भाषांतर करायला लागतं. ते ह्या दोन्ही गोष्टी केलेल्या आपल्याला या ग्रंथात दिसतात. याच्यावरनं संशोधकाची आणखीन एक दृष्टी आपल्याला दिसून येते की या नव्या संकल्पनांना इंग्रजी प्रति संज्ञाही किंवा समानार्थी संज्ञाही आपल्याला निर्माण करता आली पाहिजे. तर जसं पुरोगामीपणा, डायनॅमिझम, बीज तत्व, चित्रण तत्व, मोटिव्ह साठी वापरलेला हा शब्द आहे. प्रतिबिंबित देवता, रिफ्लेक्स डिटीज, श्रेष्ठत्ववाद, सुप्रीमिझम, परिपूरक संघर्ष, कॉम्प्लिमेंटरी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अशा काही संज्ञा उदाहरणा दाखल मी दिलेल्या आहेत. या पुस्तकाचं एक सौंदर्य स्थळ म्हणून आणि ते म्हणजे या पुस्तकाच्या अखेरीस असलेली डिस्क्रिप्टिव्ह वर्ड इंडेक्स शब्द सूची. आपल्याला वाटेल शब्दसूची काय, ती सर्वच ग्रंथात असते, परंतु इथल्या शब्दसूचीचा विशेष आहे. खरं सांगायचं तर डांगे सर आणि डांगे मॅडम या दोघांच्याही पुस्तकात आपल्याला डिस्क्रिप्टिव्ह वर्ड इंडेक्स पाहायला मिळतो. म्हणजे हे तर दिलेलंच असतं, शब्दांची सूची असते आणि कोणत्या पानावर हा शब्द आलेला हे दिलेलं असतं, पण प्रत्येक पानावर येणारा शब्द कोणत्या विषयाच्या संदर्भात आलेला आहे तेही या सूचीमध्ये नमूद केलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे एखादा शब्द जर 15 वेळा आला असेल तर आपल्याला नेमका ज्या संदर्भात हवाय तो तिथल्या तिथे लगेचच प्राप्त होतो. आणि म्हणून अभ्यासकांची किती मोठी सोय सरांनी करून ठेवली आहे. आणि म्हणजे हा एक दयाभाव आहे असं मला वाटतं की सरांनी याच्यावर सरांना खूप मेहनत घ्यायला लागली असेल, किती लायब्ररीज मध्ये जायला लागलं असेल, परंतु हे पुढच्या लोकांना करायला नको आणि पटकन काम व्हावं, हा त्यातला सगळ्यात मोठा उद्देश आहे. असं मला वाटतं. धर्मासारख्या नाजूक आणि संवेदनशील विषयावर लिहिणं ही तितकी सोपी बाब नाही. आपण ज्या धर्मात वाढलो, जन्मलो, त्या धर्माचा अभ्यास करताना वस्तुनिष्ठ लेखनाची मर्यादा चटकन ओलांडली जाऊ शकते. परंतु हाडाच्या संशोधकाला मात्र ही वस्तुनिष्ठ लेखनाची मर्यादा सांभाळणं कसं शक्य असतं आणि ही तारेवरची कसरत अतिशय सफलपणे, समर्थपणे कशी करता येते हे सरांनी या पुस्तकातून दाखवलेलं आहे. कुठलाही मजकूर या पुस्तकातला कोणालाही दुखावणाराही नाही आणि त्याचप्रमाणे एक सब्जेक्टिव्ह अप्रोचही कुठे दिसत नाही. एक त्रयस्थ भावानी वस्तुनिष्ठ पद्धतीने सुरुवातीला सरांनी म्हटल्याप्रमाणे हे पुस्तक लिहिलेलं आहे. खरोखरच हा ग्रंथ म्हणजे ज्ञानरूपी रत्नांचा अतिशय मूल्यवान असा ठेवा आहे. मागे अश्वत्थाची पानं या पुस्तकाच्या मुखपृष्ठाविषयी बाई म्हणाल्या होत्या. त्याच्या मुखपृष्ठावर एक अश्वत्थ वृक्ष आहे आणि त्याची पानं काही अशी पडतायत असं दाखवलेलं आहे. तर मला बाई म्हणाल्या की हा अश्वत्थ वृक्ष म्हणजे जगडव्याळ अशा हिंदू धर्माचं ते प्रतीक आहे आणि त्यामधील काही अभ्यासलेले विषय म्हणजे ही अश्वत्थाची पानं आहे. या हिंदू धर्माचं हे जगडव्याळ रूप निव्वळ 550 पानात समग्र साकल्याने समन्वय साधून पूर्णत्वाने समजावून देणं हा या ग्रंथाचा उद्देश आहे आणि तो किती सफल झालाय आणि त्यासाठी आम्ही सरांचे किती ऋणी आहोत. याविषयी खरं तर शब्द नाहीत सांगायला, त्यांच्या ऋणातच राहायला आम्हाला आवडेल. डांगे मॅडम ऐकत असतील त्यांना नमस्कार. सरांच्याही स्मृतीला विनम्र अभिवादन करते मी आणि माझे जे काही थोडेसे काही वेळेला तोडके मोडके बोल असतील ते थांबवते. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, madam. She cited such tender memories about how he was instrumental in completion of her thesis and how he influenced her with his sincere and studious approach towards her study as well. Like Dr. Dapke just said, covering the vast and sensitive subject like Hinduism and its philosophy in merely 500 odd pages is a task close to impossible. But so is talking about such a book in half an hour, but she managed to cover it so well. While pointing out how Dange sir uses the traditional perspectives of research and presentation of that research, like Uddesha Lakshana Pariksha or the Khandana Mandanatma Purva Paksha Uttara Paksha or Samvada style of presentation, she's also elaborated well on his overall impartial, critical, non-colonial comparative approach with appropriate examples. Thank you so much, madam. This brings us to the end of the academic presentation. Let us now head into the valedictory function, where Dr. Girish Jani will be presenting the valedictory address. It is my very proud privilege to introduce Dr. Jani. He is the director of the Postgraduate Sanskrit Studies and Research Department of the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Examination Secretary of the Bhavan Sanskrit Exams Department, Joint Editor of Bharatiya Vidya, the Research Journal of Bhavan, also the joint co-editor of Samvid, the Sanskrit journal published by Bhavan, member of the managing committee of the Jyotisha Bharati, member of the managing committee of the Mumbai Devi Adarsha Sanskrit Mahavidyalaya, member of the governing body of the Bhavan Sazariman Somani College, where he has also taught, a member and of the managing committee of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, the Jamnagar Center, former member of the Syndicate Synod, Sardar Patel University, Vallabh Vidyanagar, Gujarat. He has presented papers in several national and international conferences, has several articles and poems, creative poems published in various journals. He has edited Jai Gomatesha by Bal Patil, which was published in 2006. Also edited Sanskrit commentary on Saundarya Lahari of Adi Shankaracharya. Then edited Shri Guru Charitramritam, which is a Sanskrit Mahakavya, a very long, 49 canto long Sanskrit Mahakavya, which is a Sanskrit rendering of the Marathi Guru Charitra. Many of you might be reading or have heard about it. Co-edited several Sanskrit works published by Mota Mandir, Mumbai. Regularly delivers talks and lectures on Sanskrit and allied subjects in many institutes. I extend a very hearty welcome to you, sir, and I request you to deliver the valedictory address. Dr. Girish Jani.
Om Namah Sabhabhya Sabhapatibhyascha Vo Namo Namah. I thank Dr. Madhavi Narsalay ji and Dr. Shakuntala Gawde ji for inviting me to participate in this very important event of expression of our gratefulness and paying tribute to Professor Dr. Sadashiv A Dange ji, one of the greatest scholars in the field of Indological studies. I offer my humble obeisance in his memory on his 100th birth anniversary today. And I bow down to my respected teacher, Professor Dr. S.S. Dange Madam, for always showering her grace upon me. I salute all respected scholars present here today at this webinar, and I greet all members of organizing teams of both the institutes who are organizing this program. First of all, I would like to share with you some of my personal memories. I was fortunate to listen to Dr. Dange sir at 2-3 occasions at the Department of Sanskrit University of Mumbai in the years 1986 to 87 when I was doing my MA as a student there. The most amazing thing in the personality of Sir Dr. Dange ji was his inspiring oration and astonishingly flowing English. His analysis of the topic of his subject in his eloquent speech and debates was mesmerizing. His extempore explanation of many topics, either as part of question and answer sessions or a discussion, was so live, effective, and illuminating that even today, I cherish the memory of those golden moments, even today after about 35 years. At this valedictory function of the webinar on the contribution of Dr. S.A. Dange to Indology, I am present here to offer my pranamas to an extraordinary personality who enormously enriched the tradition of Indological studies. He toiled hard and explored so many less trodden paths and offered the wealth of his research to the next generation. Param aparavartinam janam janasamudayam pranati purayati iti parampara. He fulfilled every sense of the term of the word parampara in this sense. A system in which the process of filling is continued by the generation in line by line. He shared his precious wealth with us and made people like me dhanya, eligible of having such kind of wealth, and hence to express my sincere gratitude towards him, I say, Dhanyoham, Dhanyoham. And this is my Dhanyavad to great legacy of all scholars and all my revered teachers. Dr. Dange dedicated himself to the in-depth studies and research in various fields of Indology. The Vedas, Brahmanas, Upanishads, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Dharma Shastra, Vyakarana, Darshana, Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Puranas, Tantra literature, mythology, symbolism, ritualism, folklore, and Vedic research based on the interpretation on the lines of sexual symbolism are some subjects in which he profusely wrote in English, Marathi, and Hindi. Some writings in Sanskrit also have been published. Some portion of his incomplete Sanskrit Khandakavya Shipra has also been published. He had also translated into Sanskrit 66 rubaiyats of Omar Khayyam under the title Bhava Chashaka. The reason for what I am telling this is that he was at home with the traditional Sanskrit learning. He was knowing the traditional path of interpretation of our forefathers, but still in this modern line of interpretation of Vedic heritage, he was very, very faithful to his own conscience. He believed in rational interpretation of each and every work he attended to. The canvas of his research contribution is so vast and encompassing so many subjects that it is really very, very difficult for any one person first to grasp it, understand it, and then to try to assess it. As a student of Indology, I can only say to Dange sir, respected sir, we are highly obliged by you for your outstanding and path-breaking research tradition, carried out with rare and very much neglected aspect of sexual symbolism interpretation. Actually, the vast Indian erotic literature and the literary tradition of the Kama Shastra Parampara have been not taken into enough consideration while pursuing the multidimensional research projects in the various aspects of our valuable heritage of knowledge, be it poetics, be it creative writing, be it Vedantic literature, be it a Darshanic literature, be it a Bhakti line, be it a science of music, be it a science of dance, be it a sculpture and archaeology. Everywhere this aspect has been remained comparatively less trodden by the scholar, which Dange sir knew very well. And he, at many points of the time, he has disagreed with the earlier interpretation and has given the light to the subject with the help of this very, very important aspect and fundamental part of our basic tenets of interpretive insight. I pay my humble tributes to him as one of the most unique and convincing pioneers of such kind of research traditions involving many such subjects like Tantra Shastra, Karma Kanda, Kama Shastra, Loka Parampara, and great lore of rituals, mystic formula, and symbolism. His work entitled Cultural Sources of the Veda, published by the Bharati Vidya Bhavan in 1977, was one of the books recommended by my revered teacher, Professor Upadhyayji, for my reading when I joined the Bharati Vidya Bhavan at my job in 1989. The titles of Dangeji's 19 books and topics of his more than 260 research articles are testimony to his colossal contribution to Indological research. Such a variety of subject. I also offer my namaskaras to Dr. Mrs. Dangeji, who was a great support for him for making him free from many domestic responsibilities. I greet all learned speakers, Dr. Varsha Shirgaokarji, Dr. Gauri Mahulikar, Dr. Nirmala Kulkarni, Dr. Vidya Kamath, Dr. Vaishali Dabke, Dr. Madhavi Narsalay, Dr. Shakuntala Gawde, Dr. Suchitra Tajane, Dr. Mrinalini Newalkar, and all staff members of the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai and Rtaayana for their very significant role in making this function a memorable event. Remembering Sri Harsha's words on the four aspects of the conduct of an ideal teacher, Adhiti, Bodha, Acharana, and Pracharana, I pay my heartfelt homage to Dr. Dangeji, who followed all these aspects in his life and made us all wealthier with his very much valuable contribution in diverse fields. I convey my very best wishes for the functions being organized during the year of celebration his birth centenary. I thank you all. Namo Namaha.
Thank you very much, sir, for bringing together all the different threads through your valedictory address, a perfect combination of personal memories and critical analysis of Dange. Thank you very much. Today, let me take a quick moment to offer even my salutations to Dr. S.A. Dange through a small quick couplet. Veda Shastra Puranajnam Sindhukantam Pitamaham Jnanarnavam Mahacharyam Vandeham Tam Sadashivam. And I hand over the session to Dr. Suchitra Tajane for a formal vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrinalini. Namo Namaha to all my intelligent colleagues and dignitaries who have actively participated in the today's online seminar. Myself, Dr. Suchitra Tajane, on behalf of the faculty of Sanskrit department, take this opportunity to deliver vote of thanks. Let me thank all for attending and enjoying the seminar. titled The Contribution of Dr. Sadashiv A. Dange to Indology, organized by the Department of Sanskrit and Rtaayana. A special thank to Dr. Varsha Shirgavkar for her inaugural address and presenting her research analytics. She is also a daughter of renowned Professor Dange. I thank to Dr. Gauri Mahulikar for her talk on the Encyclopedia of Puranic Beliefs and Practices. I thank Dr. Nirmala Kulkarni for enlightening on divine hymns and ancient thoughts. I thank Dr. Vidya Kamath for her talk on contribution of A Dange to mythology. I thank Dr. Shakuntala Gawde for her detailed presentation on the topic of myths from the Mahabharata. I do thank Dr. Vaishali Dapke for her nice talk on Dharma and Tattvajnan. My sincere thanks to Dr. Girish Jani for his valedictory speech. Finally, I thank to all participants and technicians for their contributions, without whom this online seminar would not have been succeeded. Thank you, all of you again. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Mrunal, if any suggestions or
just a quick hello. I just want to convey a message by Dr. Sindhu Dange. Somebody had sent a query about the Lakshmana Rekha episode in Ramayana, and she has answered that person. She could not unmute herself and share her views there. She said that the episode of Lakshmana Rekha drawn on the ground first appears in Ananda Ramayana, which is quite a later text. So the original Ramayana obviously does not have any such idea. And various other regional versions of Ramayanas have dealt with this subject in very creative, very decorative kind of a manner. So you can read more of the regional versions or the other Sanskrit Ramayanas to get more ideas about the same. Thank you.
Hello, can everyone switch on their videos so we can have one snap?
I request all to switch on your cameras.
डांगे मॅडम ना पाहायचंय, विनताला पण पाहायचंय, विनताला पण पाहायचंय.
Oh yeah, hang on just a second. I'm going to turn on the camera so you can see her. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah. For some reason it says the co-host will start my video. I don't understand why the host has to start the video.
आता दिसत नाही.
Yes.
त्यांना तुला बघायचंय.
नमस्कार बाई.
नमस्कार मॅडम.
तो पडदा जरा ओढशील का विनता मागचा?
म्हणजे दिसतंय का तुला? हो, आता माहिती नाही का ती दिसत नाहीये. You can see that. You can see that. If you speak something, then they all can see. Just say something. Just say hello. Ajay, thank you very much for the seminar. No, wait.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. It is our great privilege to have you with us.
For the whole year, you people have managed it very well.
खूप कार्यक्रम केले डिपार्टमेंटने ना.
हो ना, हो ना. खरंच
छान छान झालं.
छान.
वर्षभर साजरं झालं. सरांचं
हो.
शताब्दी वर्ष छान साजरं.
हो ना, खरंच झालं. चांगलं. ठेवू आता?
अजून काय आता आहे नाही, संपलं ना?
काय?
शकुंतला.
येस येस. अजय स्क्रीनशॉट्स घेतले ना?
हो, घेतले घेतले.
ओके
ओके.
पूर्णमदा. थँक्यू. ओम पूर्णमदा म्हणते.
माधवी, शकुंतला, सगळ्यांना धन्यवाद. खूप छान झालं. बाई आहेत का? नमस्कार.
हा.
ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते.
अगं हो, त्या